We welcome you inside the Walker Convocation Center on the beautiful campus of West Virginia State University in Institute as Video Productions proudly presents Mountain East Conference basketball featuring the Lady Yellow Jackets of West Virginia State. This afternoon they host the Lady Bobcats of West Virginia Wesleyan out of Buchanan. Greetings from Institute with our great video productions crew. I'm Mark Martin, delighted to have you with us. West Virginia State coming in with a record of 6-6. While they take on a Bobcat team that is 3-9, State is fourth in the latest Mountain East Conference standings. Wesleyan in at fifth. Wesleyan on the road this season, just one victory, 1-5. State has picked up 4 wins on the road, but just 2 here at the Walker Convocation Center. And hey, look at the standings at the moment in the Mountain East Conference. So next to last week of the regular season, and then it's on to the Mountain East Conference tournament. So we look forward to that at the West Banco Arena in Wheeling. Let's talk about the players to watch in this game here this afternoon. And for West Virginia Wesleyan, they are 11 senior in Abby Gaybauer. And Gaybauer on the season averaging 11.6 points per game. She had a good outing the last time these two teams played. She leads the way. And then they have Brittany Stohovy, and Stohovy is leading the team in 3 categories. For West Virginia State, well, again, a lot of activity offensively because they play so many different players, but Destiny Fields is the leading scorer for the Lady Yellow Jackets, averaging 15.4 a game, 7 rebounds a contest, and she also leads the team in steals with 31. So she is one of the leaders for Charles Marshall's team, and look for her to have a big game here this afternoon. She had a good outing the last time the teams got together, leading the way with 18, and again, Gaybauer was the top scorer for the Lady Bobcats with 26 points. So State coming in with that record of 6-6, and Wesleyan at 3-9. State opened the season with 3 consecutive losses to Glenville, Concord, and Notre Dame before reeling off 4 in a row over Alderson Broadus, West Virginia Wesleyan, Davison Elkins, and West Liberty. They lost to Wheeling Jesuit, picked up 2 wins in a row over Frostburg State and Fairmont State, but they come in here today having lost 2 straight games to the University of Charleston and Concord. So trying to get back on the winning side of things here this afternoon. Meanwhile, for West Virginia Wesleyan, they started the season out losing their first 6 games before getting things together, getting a win over AB. They lost to Notre Dame, then they defeated Wheeling, fell to West Liberty, beat D&E before falling to Charleston. And again, it was State winning the last time the two teams met back on January 20th by a count of 103-68. So the teams have made their way to their respective benches, and we are getting set for basketball action here at the Walker Convocation Center. When we return, it will be time to meet the starters and bring you the tip-off between the Lady Bobcats of West Virginia Wesleyan and the Lady Yellow Jackets of West Virginia State in this Mountain East Conference showdown from the State campus here in Institute. You're watching live streaming coverage of Mountain East Conference basketball featuring West Virginia State's Lady Yellow Jackets here on Video Productions.
You have dreams.
A better life, a better job, a better you.
So where do you start to build the skills necessary to get there?
At West Virginia State, you are not just a number, you are who you choose to be.
You receive personal attention from award-winning faculty.
You study in nationally recognized programs.
You learn the skills that will get you the job you know you can have.
No matter where you want to go
or what you want to do,
it starts at State.
The Honda Passport is full of possibilities. And with plenty of cargo space and underfloor storage, you can fill it with gear too. Pack your weekend with adventure in the Honda Passport. The Honda CR-V EX is loaded with premium features that you don't have to pay a premium for. Like a turbocharged engine for great performance and fuel efficiency. With advanced features like a blind spot information system. Plus, Apple CarPlay integration for your iPhone. And the best part is, in the CR-V, premium is standard. Contact your Honda dealer to learn more or shop online.
Coach Bob Huggins here at your local Little General store. As I travel this great state, it's nice to know that almost anywhere I go, there's a local Little General nearby. So the next time you're on the road, look for the Little General sign and tell them Hugs sent you.
Back here in Institute, the Walker Convocation Center, the Doris W. and Walter F. Johnson III Arena, and the Lester Raines Court. That's where the action will unfold here today. Time to take a look at the starting lineups for today's Mountain East Conference matchup and West Virginia Wesleyan. They will begin with Symphony Bryant Brown, Brittany Stahovey, Courtney Wilfong, Ariana Harmon, and Abby Gaybauer. Those are the starters here for head coach Vicki Bullitt. Also, Malika Kimmons will round out that starting lineup. And Vicki Bullitt in her 5th season guiding West Virginia Wesleyan basketball, and a young lady that just did wonders on the basketball court. Martinsburg High School, played at the University of Maryland, an all-ACC performer 3 years, and was the ACC Player of the Year, a Kodak All-American, played in 2 Olympics, and played in the WNBA. All right, Charles Marshall and his Lady Yellow Jackets of West Virginia State, Hannah Shriver, Charity Shears, Destiny Fields, Alana Kramer, and Shelby Harmeyer will be the starters. And as you know, Coach Charles Marshall will do a lot of substituting, a lot of players. We'll see time on the court here this afternoon as State looks to snap a 2-game losing streak here against Wesleyan and knock off the Lady Bobcats for a second time this season. Coach Charles Marshall in his 5th season at the helm of Lady Yellow Jacket basketball. And prior to being here at State, he was at Glenville and won a Mountain East Conference regular season and tournament championship the first year of the Mountain East Conference, but made his way to Institute and doing great things with this Lady Yellow Jacket program. Aaron Arnold, Brett Barnes, Mike Nicely are the officials for today's game. Again, the last meeting, State winning at 103-68. State outscored Wesleyan in each quarter, 26-17, 17-13, 24-17, and 36-21. Men's game will follow here today on Video Productions. Be joined by Coach Bob Boland. Wesleyan in the black and orange out of Buckhannon, going up against State in the white and the gold numbers and gold lettering. So Wesleyan will have the basketball first, and Courtney Wilfong, and they get it inside, and this is Malika Kimmons out of Apex, North Carolina. Shot wouldn't fall. Shriver drives it across the timeline, and Shriver will fire from the outside, and Shriver's shot would not go. Shriver coming in with 8 3-pointers on the season. Wesleyan will attack it. Symphony Bryant Brown. Bucket good by. And we are tied at 2. So Wilfong with a bucket. for Wesleyan, and Kramer with a bucket for West Virginia State. Wesleyan turning it over, so State now on the offensive attack. Opening minute of play here. Charity Shears from way out and drains the three-pointer. Charity Shears, that's her 30th three-pointer of the season out of Boyd County High School, and State coming away with the basketball again. Kramer on the move. Kramer in the lane. Shot would not drop. Hitting the floor there for Wesleyan is Bryant Brown. Wesleyan now will attack it from the outside. Shot no good by Stahovey. State the other way. And we're going to have a foul called. So the foul whistled on Symphony Bryant Brown. Her first team foul, number 1. So heading to the line will be Alana Kramer, 50% free throw shooter. Can't get this one to drop. Charles Marshall already making substitutions very early in this game. Kramer will get the second, and she heads out. She has 3 of State's 6 points. So now on the floor for State, Kalia Cunningham, Peyton Shears, Alexis Hall, Aaron Whitehead, and Sadara Johnson. Wesleyan countering with Brittany Stahovey, Summer Matlock, Courtney Wilfong, Symphony Bryant Brown, and Malika Kimmons. It's Courtney Wilfong who has the only bucket for Wesleyan at the moment. And the shot from the outside and rifling it in is Stahovey. So Stahovey second on the team in scoring with 11, and Wesleyan comes away with the turnover. Stahovey also has 15 steals and 6 block shots to lead Wesleyan in those 2 categories. The Bobcats had a chance to get this thing maybe tied up, but couldn't convert. Kalia Cunningham gets it outside, and here is Johnson. Her shot wouldn't go. Battle for the missed shot, and looks like it's going to go against State's Sadara Johnson. Mike Nicely makes the call. Mike Nicely, at one time, very successful high school football coach at Pocahontas County High School here in the mountain state of West Virginia. Shot from down on the baseline, good by Wilfong. Wilfong has 4 of Wesleyan's 6 points, and we're tied at 6 all. Kalia Cunningham out front with it. Alexis Hall on the drive, and Hall using the glass nicely there for the layup, and it's an 8-6 State lead. And you just see those steps being taken by Stahovey. Another look at Alexis Hall on the drive and scoring it. Lineup changes again for the Lady Jackets. Shriver, Charity Shears, Destiny Fields, Alana Kramer, Shelby Harmeyer are in there. Harmeyer has it, whips a pass down low, intended for Kramer, couldn't hang on, and it will be Wesleyan's basketball. A lot of pressure by State, and picking off the inbounds pass is Shriver, and Shriver has her first bucket of the game. Shriver, the team leader in steals with 27. Stahovey in trouble. Gets it over on the baseline to Wilfong. Her shot won't go. Here comes State up by 4. Too hard on the pass was Destiny Fields, trying to get it down to Charity Shears. Shears and her sister Peyton out of Boyd County High School helped lead Boyd County to the Kentucky Final Four, the Sweet 16 there in the Bluegrass State. Wilfong gets it to Matlack, and here's a shot straight away, and that's good. Wilfong has 6, Wesleyan's 8. 2-point state lead. Shriver into the front court. Charity Shears. This shot is blocked. Good block there by Stahovey. Again, Stahovey leads the team in block shots. And Stahovey wide open from three-point range. Well, she's had a couple of good looks there, but just off the mark. Down the floor, well, Wesleyan just about came up with the interception, but it falls into the hands of Destiny Fields. And Fields, State's leading scorer, averaging 15.4 a game. She puts it through. State leads at 12-8. Here's Matlack. Matlack with the little runner, won't go, gets her own rebound and flips it over to Wilfong. And Wilfong with another bucket, 8 points here in the quarter for Wilfong. Harmeyer, who can be deadly from three-point range, and she steps on the line. And Charles Marshall brings 5 new players into the game. So State with 1 3-pointer. Wesleyan has missed a couple. They're on the floor now for the Lady Jackets. They have, again, brought in 5 new players. Everyone getting in a lot of action here early on. We just now are hitting the midway point. Leah Cunningham, Peyton Shears, Alexis Hall, Aaron Whitehead, and Sadara Johnson are the 5 on the floor. State by 2 at 12-10. Johnson to Kalia Cunningham. On the drive is Peyton Shears. Shot wouldn't go. Symphony Bryant Brown with the rebound. She races down the floor. Got the rebound. May take it coast to coast. Shot just would not fall. Back the other way comes State. Kalia Cunningham. Nice little move there in the lane. And Cunningham, her first basket of the game. State by 4. Stahovey in trouble, gets it out to Symphony Bryant Brown, who travels with the basketball. And we got a break in the action. Driving and scoring. Cunningham, State by 4 in Institute.
Have dreams.
You have dreams.
You have dreams.
A better life, a better job, a better you.
So where do you start to build the skills necessary to get there?
For more than 125 years, West Virginia State University has been educating generations of students who have gone on to change the world.
At West Virginia State, you are not just a number, you are who you choose to be.
You receive personal attention from award-winning faculty.
You study in nationally recognized programs.
You learn the skills that will get you the job you know you can have.
No matter where you want to go
or what you want to do,
it starts at State.
14-10 lead for the Lady Yellow Jackets of West Virginia State. Facing off with the Lady Bobcats of West Virginia Wesleyan. Out of Buchanan. Great to have you with us here on Video Productions. Our great crew, I'm Mark Martin. Six different players have scored for State. Just 2 players have scored for Wesleyan. Courtney Wilfong has 8 of Wesleyan's 10 points. Wesleyan guided by former Olympian Vicky Bullitt, the Martinsburg great. Well, off the miss Foul called on West Virginia State's Destiny Fields. That's her first. Talked to Coach Bullitt before the game. She's in a lot of Hall of Fames, including the West Virginia Sports Writers Association Hall of Fame. Had a chance to interview her during her induction a few years ago in Parkersburg. Shot no good there by Ariana Harmon. And a foul called on Stahovey. It's her first foul. And Coach Bullitt now coaching for a fifth year in the Mountain East Conference. Two of her brothers, Don and Matthew, were outstanding players at Glenville State College, and Don's been an excellent coach over in the Eastern Panhandle, where they're all from. Scott Bullitt, another brother, played professional baseball, so quite an athletic family indeed. Stahovey finding Wilfong, and Wilfong has had herself quite the first quarter. She has 10 of Wesleyan's 12. Harmeyer wanting to fire, and Harmeyer, for a second time here in this first quarter, steps on the inbounds line. You see the nice pass there by Stahovey and getting it to Wilfong. Abby Gaybauer getting it in, and they work it down, and firing up the shot is Ariana Harmon, and Harmon scores it. Harmon becomes the third Lady Bobcat to score here in the game, and what is a tie contest, and State coming up empty on the offensive end. Wesleyan a chance to take the lead. Here is Harmon putting up the shot, draws the foul, and Harmon will head to the line. Foul will be called on Kalia Cunningham. Cunningham's first foul of the game. 3 team fouls on State here in this first quarter. Harmon's shot will not drop. Harmon, a 75% free throw shooter. Second attempt is up and rolls around and goes through, and Wesleyan leads it 15-14. From the corner, shot is good. Draining the three is Sadair Johnson. Second three of the game for State. 7 players have scored here in the quarter for State. Wilfong's shot would not go. Here's Gaybauer. Gaybauer again had that big game against State in Buchanan at the Rockefeller Center, but she could not get that shot to drop, so State with this 2-point edge. And back on the offensive end. Across the timeline comes Kalia Cunningham. Alexis Hall. Guarded there by Stahovey, and Stahovey got her hands on another block by Stahovey. Ball is loose, and State will reset here. Shot clock down to 3. Going to have a whistle and a foul. And it will go against Wesleyan's Abby Gaybauer. Well, when you are playing for State, you may be out of the game, but not for long. You're right back in. It's almost like you don't even come out. Great substitution pattern by Charles Marshall. Destiny Fields firing up the shot. She was right on the line, and Fields does a nice job saving the basketball, gets it into the hands of Charity Shears, but her three-pointer would not go. Here comes Wesleyan down 2. Driving is Matlack, and her shot would not drop. Fields with the rebound down to Shriver. Shriver stops, lifts it up, and scores. Shriver has 4, and State leads by 4 here in the first quarter. Gaybauer getting ahead of the pack is Matlack. Now she'll step back out. Stahovey straight away. Shot too hard. Destiny Fields comes out of there with the rebound. Fields leads State in scoring and rebounding. Shriver, angle left. 3 would not go. She was right on the line. May have been 2. Well, they get 2 off the miss. It's Destiny Fields putting it in. Fields has 4. State by 6. Stahovey across the timeline. Gets it to Matlack, and Matlack losing the handle on it. Turnovers now 5 for Wesleyan, and driving and scoring will be Charity Shears. Shears has 5, and suddenly State leads by 8. Courtney Wilfong gets it to Matlack. Stahovey on the move. Stahovey kicks it out. Shot is blocked. Shears got a piece of the shot that was fired up by Wilfong. A couple of changes being made here by Vicky Bullitt. Another look there for State on the offensive end. On the inbounds play, Kimmons couldn't get it to go. Kimmons another opportunity, and time expires. We have played 23-15. State in the lead here in this Mountain East Conference showdown. You're watching Mountain East Conference basketball featuring the Lady Yellow Jackets of West Virginia State on Video Productions.
Coach Bob Huggins here at your local Little General store. As I travel this great state, it's nice to know that almost anywhere I go, there's a local Little General nearby. So the next time you're on the road, look for the Little General sign and tell them Hugs sent you.
The Honda Passport is full of possibilities. And with plenty of cargo space and underfloor storage, you can fill it with gear too. Pack your weekend with adventure in the Honda Passport.
A 9-0 run over the last 250 for State. Wesleyan 0 for 7 from the field to end that first quarter. No field goals in the last 318. No points in the last 258. And with that, it's the Lady Yellow Jackets 23, Wesleyan 15. 7 different players scored for State in the first quarter, 3 for Wesleyan. The leader was Courtney Wilfong with 10. 3 ties, 3 lead changes in that first quarter of play. Second quarter, now we go. State looking to add to this 8-point advantage. Sadara Johnson driving through traffic, and a foul is called. Peyton Shears gives it to Cunningham. Kalia Cunningham between the circles. Monty Jackson is in the game, and here is Peyton Shears draining the three-pointer. 3 from behind the arc for State. State comes away with the basketball. Cunningham drives off the glass, wouldn't go. Double-digit lead for State. From the corner, shot no good. Battle for the ball. So Alexis Hall commits the foul. Wesleyan will have it. Lady Bobcats down by double digits. Jackson in trouble, gets it to Symphony Bryant Brown, and the shot down low. Put up and in by Wilfong. Wilfong now with 12 in the game, 26-17. Gets it back to single digits, but Johnson trying for a 3, couldn't get it to go. A battle there for the basketball, and putting the shot up and in was Hall. And Hall now with 4 points in the game. Back to an 11-point edge for State. Ball goes out of bounds. Last touch by Kalia Cunningham. Changes again for State. Shriver, Charity Shears, Destiny Fields, and Alana Kramer in the game. And Chloe Sheresny is in for the first time, wearing number 2. Wesleyan down by 11, trying to get it back to single digits, and they will. Nice drive there by Malika Kimmons. Kimmons, again, the young lady from Apex, North Carolina. Came into today's contest, 10 starts in 12 games. Foul's going to be called on Charity Shears. That's her first foul of the game. Brittany Stahovey is back in, so they go with Jackson, Stahovey, Wilfong, Symphony Bryant Brown, and Malika Kimmons. Big possession here for the Lady Bobcats. Three-pointer on its way by number 3. Jackson goes in and out, and the ball will go over to State. What a good look at it there by Jackson. That would have got the lead down to 6. State by 9 as Hannah Shriver brings it across the timeline. Shriver has the most minutes, averaging the most minutes of any Lady Jacket player, 20.8 a game. Driving and scoring nicely off the glass is Kramer, who now has 5 in the game. And here's a steal by Shriver on the inbounds. Shriver gets it to Charity Shears. Here's Sheresny. Sheresny goes to Kramer. Kramer driving off the glass, and Kramer, that had some zip on it, but it just bounces right off the glass and in. 32-19, State in the lead. Kimmons from straight away. Good arch on that shot. Couldn't get it to go. Now battle for the loose ball on the floor. It'll be Wesleyan's ball as State makes changes again, and some changes by the Lady Jackets, as you saw Kramer, after she got 2 buckets in a row. Kramer 7 in the game. And Stahovey looking to get it in and whips it out into the hands of Summer Matlack, and the ball taken away. Here's ZZ Russell in the game for the first time today, the Winfield High product, and ZZ Russell will score it for State, 34-19. And Wesleyan's turnovers continuing to haunt their chance to get back into here, and a drive and a foul by Peyton Shears. Shears now with 5 here in the quarter. Foul is going to be charged to Taylor Dunbar, number 33, 6'1" freshman out of Crawley, West Virginia. Played her high school basketball at Greenbrier East. Shears trying to make it a 3-point play and does. Charity Shears, make that Peyton Shears coming in, hitting 67.2 from the free throw line. 37-19. And the ball is loose, and, well, ZZ Russell went after it. It was clearly off of Matlack, but it will be Wesleyan's basketball. On the court right now for State, Kalia Cunningham, Peyton Shears, Alexis Hall, Aaron Whitehead, and ZZ Russell. Way out is Stahovey. Her shot would not go. ZZ Russell trying to lead Kalia Cunningham, and Lady Jackets will throw it away. 7 turnovers for State, 10 for Wesleyan. with 5:58 to go here in the second quarter. 37-19, State in the lead. Russell guarding Matlack closely there, and a foul will be called. Lineup changes for State. Hannah Shriver, Charity Shears, Destiny Fields, Alana Kramer, and Shelby Harmeyer come back in. Stahovey gets it in to Matlack. Stahovey to Symphony Bryant Brown, now back around, and Matlack. Here's Wilfong. She's had a good game here. Wilfong, a great save there. Just about had it, but just could not pull it in, was Stahovey. Stahovey out of Greensburg Central Catholic High School in Belle Vernon, Pennsylvania, and all Mountain East Conference academic selection 2 straight years. English major. Harmeyer with the basketball. Hands it off to Shriver. Shriver on the move. Shot blocked from behind by Stahovey. Stahovey, ahead she goes. Wilfong pulls up. Wilfong just could not get that one to roll through. Basketball goes back to State. And we had a foul called there. Taylor Dunbar picking up her second, team foul number 3 in this quarter. Shriver. Zips it into the hands of Kramer. Couldn't get it to drop. Harmeyer with the rebound. State will go at it again. And Charity Shears' three-pointer wouldn't go. Rebound. Shot missed, but a foul called. Taylor Dunbar has checked into the game and has picked up 3 fouls. And we have a timeout here on the floor. It is West Virginia State in control of Wesleyan, 37-19. You're watching Mountain East Conference live streaming basketball featuring West Virginia State's Lady Yellow Jackets on Video Productions.
You have dreams.
A better life, a better job, a better you.
So where do you start to build the skills necessary to get there?
At West Virginia State, you are not just a number, you are who you choose to be.
You receive personal attention from award-winning faculty.
You study in nationally recognized programs.
You learn the skills that will get you the job you know you can have.
No matter where you want to go
or what you want to do,
it starts at State.
My husband should have died that night. The car was on a fence, upside down. Trees were coming through the windshield.
The people who opened the door for me, one of the first questions they asked me is, how are you alive?
For my kids, Timmy's invincible. And it was just like that he could have been gone. He was like, this is all we're gonna own. We're getting another Honda. It saved my life. And my kids are not going in anything else.
A 23-2 run over the last 7:54 for West Virginia State has propelled them to this 37-19 lead. Wesleyan with no field goals in the last 3, no points in that same time frame. So heading to the line for State will be Destiny Fields. She has 4 points in the game. Fields coming in, hitting 73.9% from the free throw line. Misfires there. Knocks down the second free throw. State 3 for 5 at the line here in this first half. Wesleyan 1 for 2. So Wesleyan down 38-19. Wilfong Got it there to Gaybauer, and they lose the handle on it. Serena Reeves has checked into the game, so it's Serena Reeves, ZZ Russell, Aaron Whitehead, Alexis Hall, and Kalia Cunningham. Foul called on the attempt to the bucket by State, and the foul will go against Cunningham. That's her second. Reeves guarding the inbounder. Serena Reeves, the junior out of Surprise, Arizona. Seeing action in her 10th game. Again, State coming in 6-6, fourth in the Mountain East Conference. And State, boy, they've been harassing Wesleyan on these inbound plays. And we're going to have a foul called. Foul's going to be called against Symphony Bryant Brown. That's her second. So Alexis Hall will head to the free throw line, 59.3% free throw shooter. Hall has 4 points in the game. Barry's the second, now 5 in the game. 39-19. Hall took a spill right in front of our broadcast location. She gets up slowly and is okay as Wesleyan again turns the ball over. Peyton Shears will check in for Alexis Hall. She appears to be okay. Wesleyan now with 14 turnovers. State has 8 steals here in the first half. Shears launching just a bit short. Gaybauer coming out of there with it. Gaybauer has not scored in this game. She led all scorers the last time these teams met back in January. Nice maneuvering there underneath by Symphony Bryant Brown, but couldn't get it to go. Here comes Reeves. Reeves dishes last second. Nice dump off to ZZ Russell, and Russell has 4 in the game. 41-19. Gaybauer from the wing. And Gaybauer, well, we're just talking about her being scoreless, and she changes that. State by 20 at 41-21. Kalia Cunningham gets it to Whitehead. Whitehead drives, scores, but is going to be hit with the offensive foul. And our referee today, Brett Barnes, Aaron Arnold, Mike Nicely, the officials. The State with Hannah Shriver, Charity Shears, Destiny Fields, Alana Kramer, and Shelby Harmeyer now making up the lineup as they make a change. Wilfong launching and scoring. Wilfong had some arch on that. Wilfong with 14 in the game. It's 41-23, West Virginia State. 2:40 on a turning clock here in the second quarter of this Mountain East Conference showdown. Great to have you with us here on Video Productions. Harmeyer, straight away 3, drills it. Harmeyer's first basket of the game. Shelby Harmeyer now with 29 three-pointers on the season. Here is Gaybauer, and Gaybauer must have heard me discussing the fact she had not scored, and she's gotten 4 points now, last couple of trips down. 44-25, another 3 on the way, and goodbye, Charity Shears. Wow. I mean, this State team has some outstanding shooters from behind the arc. 5 of 17 from the three-point line right now for State. Wesleyan has yet to hit one from behind the arc. They are 0 for 5. 3 of those attempts by Stahovey. 22-point state lead. Shriver to Destiny Fields. Fields maneuvering there against Gaybauer. Gaybauer may have gotten a piece of that one. Gaybauer with 26. Last time the teams met, she was 11 of 14 from the field. New lineup heads in for State. Kalia Cunningham will be the trigger. Looking, and gets it in, and the shot on its way, and nothing but net by Peyton Shears. Shears' second 3 of the game. Peyton Shears has 9 points. Here's Gaybauer. This shot would not drop. Nice play there by Harmon. Harmon now has 5 in the game. 50-27. 18 of State's points from behind the arc. And how about another one from Shears? This one wouldn't drop, but a nice rebound there by Whitehead, and Whitehead just turned there, couldn't get it to go. Here comes Wesleyan. Matlack. Foul will be called. ZZ Russell picking up her first personal. So Matlack at the line and cannot get it to drop. Matlack has not scored in the game, coming in averaging 3.6. She's a 66.7% free throw shooter. 9 out of 12 starts coming in out of Arlington, Virginia. Matlack getting the second free throw to make it a 50-28 game. Here's Shears again. Couldn't connect on that attempt. And it looks like a foul on Wesleyan's number 21, Wilfong. That will be her first. That will put Alexis Hall to the line. State 4 of 7 at the stripe. Make it 4 of 8 now as Hall can't get it to go. Again, next to last Saturday of action in the Mountain East Conference, then it's on to the MEC tournament at the West Banco Arena in Wheeling. Great to see it all under one roof there in the Northern Panhandle. Great facility. Reed Amos, great commissioner of the Mountain East Conference. It'll be a great show, no doubt. From the outside, Stahovey's shot would not go for Wesleyan. Picking up the missed shot is Whitehead. Kalia Cunningham weaving through traffic. Driving. Shot would not go for Hall. Wilfong getting it into the hands of Matlack. She fires it up, and that will do it for this first half. State led at 23-15 at the end of one quarter. It's now 51-28 as the teams head to their respective locker rooms. We'll come back and talk about it in just a moment. You're watching live streaming coverage of Mountain East Conference basketball featuring the Lady Yellow Jackets of West Virginia State here on Video Productions.
I'm Stuart Caldwell. For more than 40 years, I and my firm have vindicated the rights of individuals hurt by defective drugs, defective chemicals, and other products. Now I'm teaming with Booth to take on the big drug companies to vindicate the rights of children born with NAS. There are significant legal proceedings that could affect you and your child's legal rights.
If you're the parent or guardian of a child who you believe was born dependent on opioids, you need to act now.
An injury at any age can be a game changer, but with walk-in clinics Monday through Saturday, the Marshall Sports Medicine Institute is ready to get you off the bench and back in the game. Marshall Sports Medicine Institute takes care of the herd. Let us take care of you.
You have dreams.
Where do you start to build the skills necessary to make them happen?
At West Virginia State, you learn the skills that will get you the job you know you can have.
No matter where you want to go or what you want to do,
it starts at State.
My husband should have died that night. The car was on a fence, upside down. Trees were coming through the windshield.
The people who opened the door for me, one of the first questions they asked me is, how were you alive?
For my kids, Timmy's invincible. And it was just like that he could have been gone. He was like, this is all we're gonna own. We're getting another Honda. It saved my life. My kids are not going in anything else.
We welcome you back inside the Walker Convocation Center, the Doris W. and Walter F. Johnson III Arena, as Wesleyan and State battle on the Lester Raines court here in a Mountain East Conference showdown. Next to last Saturday of the regular season of 2021 before the conference tournament in Wheeling. State coming in 6-6, Wesleyan at 3-9, and State leads it by a count of 51-28. State led at 23-15 at the end of the first quarter, and in the second quarter, they outscored the Lady Bobcats 28-13. 3 ties in the first half, 3 lead changes, and State has been in control for the bulk of this game. Again, State trying to snap out of a 2-game losing streak in this showdown here this afternoon with Wesleyan. And at the moment, a 51-28 edge. Coming up here on Video Productions, it will be the Yellow Jackets of head coach Brian Poore going up against the Bobcats of West Virginia Wesleyan, and we look forward to bringing you that one as well. Bob Bolin will be joining us for the call of that game. State and Wesleyan, and State had a big first half of action from the three-point line, hitting 6 of 20 shots. Big part of this one here. Taking a look at team stats, and State from the field, 20 of 44. Wesleyan, 13 of 36. And again, I mentioned those three-pointers. Wesleyan has yet to make one. State 5 of 9 from the line. Wesleyan 2 of 4. State with a rebounding edge of 7, and turnovers also huge. Wesleyan with 15 to State's 7. At the break, it's State 51 and Wesleyan 28. We will return with more here from the Walker Convocation Center on the beautiful campus of West Virginia State. You're watching live streaming coverage of Mountain East Conference basketball featuring the Lady Yellow Jackets of West Virginia State here on Video Productions.
The Honda Pilot is great for family adventures. As well as the not-so-friendly ones. We made it tougher than it needed to be. Because you never know what you'll come up against. The Honda Pilot with available all-wheel drive. The ultimate modern family SUV.
With all that's going on, Mullen Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling wants to remind our neighbors we're here for you. We're taking extra precautions to protect you and our employees. Right now, we're offering 6-month no-interest financing to help you stay comfortable throughout this crisis. Our superior indoor air filtration options will keep viruses, bacteria, and allergens down, increasing indoor air quality, comfort, and safety. Call us today and see how we can help you. Mullen, we're comfortable when you are.
Did you know when you send or receive a text message, you take your eyes off the road for 5 seconds? At 55 miles per hour, that's like driving more than the length of a football field blindfolded. As a result, thousands of people die every year in crashes related to distracted driving. That's why we're cracking down on people who text or use their smartphones while driving. We would rather you cross the goal line alive. Law enforcement officers write tickets. to save lives. Don't text and drive.
FCA has incredible impact on coaches, the teams, the players, and the community as well.
It's changed our lives. It's changed mine as a husband, as a father, and as a coach.
It does make an impact on our lives.
FCA has become a full circle in our lives.
People from all different kinds of backgrounds.
If all we're going to be is a coach that happens to be a Christian, I think it's more important to be a Christian that happens to be a coach.
You have dreams.
A better life, a better job, a better you.
So where do you start to build the skills necessary to get there?
At West Virginia State, you are not just a number, you are who you choose to be.
You receive personal attention from award-winning faculty.
You study in nationally recognized programs.
You learn the skills that will get you the job you know you can have.
No matter where you want to go
or what you want to do,
it starts at State.
The Honda Passport is full of possibilities. And with plenty of cargo space and underfloor storage, you can fill it with gear too. Pack your weekend with adventure in the Honda Passport. The Honda CR-V EX is loaded with premium features that you don't have to pay a premium for. Like a turbocharged engine for great performance and fuel efficiency. With advanced features like a blind spot information system. Plus, Apple CarPlay integration for your iPhone. And the best part is, in the CR-V, premium is standard. Contact your Honda dealer to learn more or shop online.
Coach Bob Huggins here at your local Little General store. As I travel this great state, it's nice to know that almost anywhere I go, there's a local Little General nearby. So the next time you're on the road, look for the Little General sign and tell them Hugs sent.
We're not doing that, are we? 51-28 our score. West Virginia State and West Virginia Wesleyan Lady Yellow Jackets trying to get to 7-6 on the season, fourth in the Mountain East Conference. And Wesleyan coming in at 3-9, fifth in conference play. Checking out individual scoring here in this first half of action. A lot of players for State getting into the scoring act. Leading the way, Peyton Shears with 9. Charity Shears had 8. Alana Kramer had 7. 6 for Alexis Hall. 4 for ZZ Russell. 4 for Hannah Shriver. Destiny Fields had 5. Shelby Harmeyer had 3. Sadara Johnson had 3. And Kalia Cunningham had 2 points for Wesleyan. Leading the way and leading all scorers in this game, Courtney Wilfong with 14 points. 10 of those came in the first quarter. Abby Gaybauer had 4. Ariana Harmon had 5. Brittany Stahovey had 2. And Malika Kimmons had 2 for the Lady Bobcats of head coach Vicki Bullitt. Charles Marshall's Lady Yellow Jackets in the lead at 51-28. West Virginia State women's volleyball picking up a win last night over the University of Charleston. Volleyball, soccer, and we're going to see football also in the Mountain East Conference here soon. State practicing along with other league teams. It's going to be fun. Different, but certainly fun to see football being staged. Those young men have waited a long time to get back out on the football field, and will do it this spring. So both teams back out on the floor, getting set for the second half. State leading at 51-28. And we will return here in a moment to the Walker Convocation Center. It's West Virginia State 51 and Wesleyan 28. You're watching live streaming coverage of Mountain East Conference basketball featuring West Virginia State on Video Productions.
I'm Stuart Caldwell. For more than 40 years, I and my firm have vindicated the rights of individuals hurt by defective drugs, defective chemicals, and other products. Now I'm teaming with Booth to take on the big drug companies to vindicate the rights of children born with NAS. There are significant legal proceedings that could affect you and your child's legal rights.
If you're the parent or guardian of a child who you believe was born dependent on opioids, you need to act now.
An injury at any age can be a game changer. But with walk-in clinics Monday through Saturday, the Marshall Sports Medicine Institute is ready to get you off the bench and back in the game. Marshall Sports Medicine Institute takes care of the herd. Let us take care of you.
You have dreams.
Where do you start to build the skills necessary to make them happen?
At West Virginia State, you learn the skills that will get you the job you know you can have.
No matter where you want to go or what you want to do,
it starts at State.
My husband should have died that night. The car was on a fence, upside down. Trees were coming through the windshield.
The people who opened the door for me, one of the first questions they asked me is, how are you alive?
For my kids, Timmy's invincible. And it was just like that he could have been gone. He was like, this is all we're gonna own. We're getting another Honda. It saved my life. And my kids are not going in anything else.
51-28 our score here at the break. State and Wesleyan coming up. We've got the men's game between the Yellow Jackets and the Bobcats of West Virginia Wesleyan. Wesleyan will be looking for its first win of the season. Brian Poor's crew will be trying to stop a 4-game losing streak in that showdown that is scheduled to tip off at 4:30 here at the Walker Convocation Center. Great to have you with us here for the action. State looking for its second win of the season over Wesleyan. Defeated the Lady Bobcats 103-68 back on January 20th. State won the season 121 against AB, 103 against Wesleyan, 120 against Davis and Elkins. They had 99 in a loss to Wheeling Jesuit. They scored 113 over Frostburg. And another 99-point performance against Fairmont State in a victory. They had 93 in the last outing against Concord. Lowest out point of the season, 63. The State has scored in the 60s 3 times this season, all resulting in losses. 67 at Concord. They lost that game by 3, 70-67. 75-63 in a loss to Notre Dame. And then the 86-64 loss to the University of Charleston, a team that is looking to stay undefeated today at Concord under first-year head coach Tiani Kelly. And State will get another crack at that UC team next Saturday right here at the Walker Convocation Center. All right, we're ready to go with second half play, and State will have the basketball here. Great to have you with us here. Our wonderful video productions crew. I'm Mark Martin. Men's game to follow. State looking for its 7th win of the season. A nice drive there by Alana Kramer. Kramer has 9 in the game, 53-28. West Virginia State, and stripping it from behind is Charity Shears. Here comes State. Shriver zipping the pass over to Harmeyer. Harmeyer shot from three-point range, hits the back of the iron, and now the shot is up and no good by Shears. Harmeyer Shears to Harmeyer. Rifles the three. Won't go. Chasing down. The missed shot is Destiny Fields. So State still with it. Driving and scoring is Kramer. So Kramer with 4 points here in the first minute of this third quarter of play. 55-28. State in the lead. Gabauer's shot from the outside is good. So Gabauer did not score in the first quarter, had 4 in the second. Again, 26 last time the teams played. Shears firing and scoring. Charity Shears delivers the three-pointer. That's her third of the game, and State now has 7 in the contest to make it 58-30. Just a little step got herself away from Stahovey, and State closing in on a 30-point lead, driving, and the shot too strong there, put up by Bryant Brown. 58-32. Shot from the corner and rifling it in. Peyton Shears. Peyton Shears now with 3 three-pointers in the game. 12 for the contest. Wilfong to Gabauer. Stahovey. Gabauer from the baseline. No good. Snagging the rebound was Johnson. Here comes State on the move and wheeling around the defense and laying it in is Cunningham. Kalia Cunningham now 4 in the game. 63-32. Stahovey into Wilfong, and stepping in front of the pass is State. Johnson feeling the three, can't get it to go. Battle for the rebound. Gabauer and Whitehead. Bryant Brown checking out. Checking in is Tamara Maple out of Maple Heights, Ohio. Seeing action now in her 11th game of the season. No starts. Averages 3.4 a game. 63-32 our score. Stahovey straight away. Shot is short. Maple comes up with the loose ball off the missed shot and scores it. So Maple coming in and immediately scoring. Here is Shears. Peyton Shears. And Peyton Shears now with 15 in the game, 4 three-pointers. 66-34. Maple on the move. Maple shot may have been partially blocked there. State down wide open on the other end. And Wilfong catching up with Alexis Hall, but too late, and Hall scores and is fouled. Alexis Hall has 8 in the game. The foul again on Wilfong, her second. Hall will try to convert the three-point play. All right, it's a 69-34 game. Here's Gabauer with it. Shot up and good by Kimmons for Wesleyan. Malika Kimmons now with 4 in the contest. 69-36. Shriver into the front court. Picked up there by Matlack. To Destiny Field, State's leading scorer. And a lot of players can score for this State team. Shot no good there by State, but a battle for the loose ball by Destiny Fields as Alexis Bennington Horton has checked in for State wearing number 25 out of Penn-Laird, Virginia. Spotswood High School, 5'5" freshman. Shriver will trigger it in. Looks. And finally rifles it into Harmeyer. Back to Shriver. Over to Fields. Fields in the lane. Oh, Fields just absolutely took off with it. Amazing part about Fields and leading this team in scoring, rebounding, and steals, she has only started 5 games this season. On the move is Wesleyan. Ball knocked out of bounds. Lady Bobcats will have it with 5:56 showing here on the third quarter clock. Jada Higgins will check in for State, 5'9" sophomore. Red Fox, Kentucky. Started her college career at Eastern Kentucky. Making her way here to Institute. Gaybauer gets it to Harmon, down low. And Timmons couldn't get it to go, but Timmons, boy, somehow comes out of there, gets it into the hands of Gaybauer. Now they get it down to Timmons, and State will now come away with the basketball. Speeding it across the timeline, Kramer. And a traveling violation will be called on State. They lead it, 69-36. 33-point balls right now for the Lady Jackets. So new players into the game for State. Cheresny. Cheresny's checked in. Cunningham's back in. Peyton Shears, Alexis Hall, ZZ Russell. All in, and Wesleyan turning it over again. Here comes State with the ball. It's Hall driving off the glass. No good. Rebound. Matlack. Whistle and a foul. Hall's second foul of the game. Monty Jackson checking back in for Wesleyan, number 3. Inbounds pass to Wilfong. Wilfong. And the shot nicely done by Kimmons. Kimmons has 6 in the game, 69-38. State on the offensive end. Waste no time putting up shots. Shears couldn't get that one to fall. Going to have a timeout here on the floor. State in control over Wesleyan. You're watching live streaming coverage of Mountain East Conference basketball featuring West Virginia State on Video Productions.
You have dreams.
A better life, a better job, a better you.
So where do you start to build the skills necessary to get there?
At West Virginia State, you are not just a number, you are who you choose to be.
You receive personal attention from award-winning faculty.
You study in nationally recognized programs.
You learn the skills that will get you the job you know you can have.
No matter where you want to go
or what you want to do,
it starts at State.
My husband should have died that night. The car was on a fence, upside down. Trees were coming through the windshield.
The people who opened the door for me, one of the first questions they asked me is, how were you alive?
For my kids, Timmy's invincible. And it was just like that he could have been gone. He was like, this is all we're gonna own. We're getting another Honda. It saved my life. And my kids are not going in anything else.
In Mountain East Conference women's basketball standings, North Division, Notre Dame leads the way, 10-3 record. Wheeling 7-6. West Lib, Fairmont, Alderson Broadus, Frostburg follow. Charleston in control of the South with that 13-0 record. Glenville 8-1, followed by Concord, State, Wesleyan, and D&E. It was a big game the other night with Concord, and Lady Mountain Lions came away with the victory here in what was a good basketball game. So on the floor, Chloe Sheresny, Kalia Cunningham, Peyton Shears, Alexis Hall, and ZZ Russell for State. Driving and missing the shot is Cunningham. Wesleyan out of there with it. Shears and Wilfong collide. Ball goes out of bounds, and it will be long to State. Cunningham brings it across the timeline, picked up there by Amani Jackson. A 69-38 lead for State. Shears, shot blocked by Wilfong, but into the hands of Sheresny, and her shot would not go. Going to have a foul against the Bobcats, and it will be charged to Ariana Harmon, who now has 2 fouls in the game. Chloe Sheresny will check in. Played in all games this season for State, has not started a game, and she flips it up and in, and she has scored. Sheresny on the season. Well, she was 5 of 5, but misses her first from the free throw line this season. Pass down low and right into the hands of the Lady Bobcats. A 70-38 lead here for West Virginia State over Wesleyan. Second meeting of the season between the two. Amani Jackson was doubled up there, and a foul is called. It's going to be on Destiny Fields. That's her second. Sheresny coming out of the game for State. Back in Jada Higgins, number 00. In 2 fifth-year head coaches in this game. Charles Marshall for State and Vicky Bullitt for West Virginia Wesleyan. Baseline shot up and good for Harmon. Harmon now has 7 in the game, 70-40. Driving to the hoop and getting fouled will be West Virginia State's Charity Shears. Charity Shears with 11 in the game. She's on the floor with Kramer, who has 11. Destiny Fields has 5. Harmeyer has that three-pointer, and Higgins still looking for her first points. Beautiful free throw by Charity Shears. Her first free throw of the day. And she is a perfect 2 for 2 there at the line. 72-40. Gebauer gets it in to Harmon. Harmon will bring it across the timeline, goes to Wilfong. Wilfong was in trouble, gets it to Jackson. Now Jackson gets it away into the hands of Dunbar, who's checked back in. Empty set there for Wesleyan, and down on the other end and easily scoring is Kramer for State. Kramer has 13 in the game, 74-40. Here's Gebauer. Harmon shot, and Harmon knocks it in again. Harmon with 9, 74-40. Higgins driving, can't get it to go. A foul will be called on Wesleyan. 5 new players coming in for West Virginia State. Higgins on the drive, couldn't get it to go. Foul was on Dunbar, and Dunbar has fouled out of this game. Higgins will be at the line. Up and in for Higgins, who is on the board now. That's Higgins' first free throw of the season. Came into this game with 8 points and now has 10 on the season as she hits both free throws to make it a 76-40 game with 2:58 to go here in the third quarter. Jackson Bouncer ahead to Wilfong. Wilfong trying to get it back out to Jackson. Ball is loose. Going to have a tie-up for the basketball. It will be Wesleyan's ball. Alexis Hall, Aaron Whitehead, Sedera Johnson, Alexis Bennington Horton, and ZZ Russell are on the court for State. Amani Jackson, Ariana Harmon, Courtney Wilfong, Abby Gaybauer, and Malika Kimmons out on the floor for Wesleyan. Officials chatting things over. Brett Barnes, Aaron Arnold, and Mike Nicely. All right, so the trigger will be Harmon. In it goes to Jackson. Jackson out of Akron Bucknell High School. On the move is Wilfong, and she got the bucket, but I think she was fouled on the way. Foul will go against ZZ Russell, her third. Now Russell played in the state girls basketball tournament of West Virginia last year. Her Winfield team won. May have been a state championship team. Unfortunately, did not get to complete that tournament due to COVID-19 as Harmon scores again. Harmon is now in double figures with 11, 76-42. Whitehead, shot goes to Bennington Horton, but she traveled with the basketball, got it to go, but it just would not, she just took too many steps getting there. ZZ Russell checks out. We were talking about that Winfield team, and one of her teammates, Mara McGrew, she goes to West Virginia Wesleyan. She's playing soccer there. Her older brother, Braden McGrew, he'll be in that next game when Wesleyan and State get together. That one's scheduled to tip at 4:30. We'll have it for you here on Video Productions. Bob Boland will join me for the call of that game. Under 2 minutes now to go here in the third. State in control, Wesleyan from the outside. A three-pointer on its way. No good by Madison Riley. Harmeyer chased it down and gets it back out to Riley. Riley out of Buford, Georgia, played at Mill Creek High School. Driving and scoring is Serena Reeves. Reeves, the junior out of Arizona, with the bucket. Her first of the game. So Riley is out there. And I believe Horton and Riley and Whitehead has not scored. But there's plenty of time for that to happen for those three. And just the amount of players that Charles Marshall uses, it's a thing of beauty. A rotation of players, just about every loose ball. Timeout, shot straight away by Kimmons is good. Kimmons has 6 here in the third, 8 for the game. Under a minute to go, 78-44. State with the ball, Harmeyer. She's got 1-3, make it 2. Harmeyer, what a shooter she is. 33s on the season now for Harmeyer. State has 10 here in the game and 31 attempts, 81-44. Kimmons stepped on the line. Just as Wilfong fired up a 3. So, you look at the difference in this game, 81-44. State with 30 points from behind the arc, and Wesleyan is 0 for 6. from the three-point line. Shriver out front with it. Hannah Shriver with 4 in the game. Harmeyer was on the move. 6.7 on the clock. Shriver ready to fire it in. Does so to Harmeyer. Lets it fly. Hits the back of the iron. Ball goes out of bounds with 2.4 showing. Harmon gets it in. Gaybauer with it, and time will expire. They will not be able to get a shot attempted. We played 3. West Virginia State 81, West Virginia Wesleyan 44. You're watching live streaming coverage of Mountain East Conference basketball on Video Productions.
Coach Bob Huggins here at your local Little General store. As I travel this great state, it's nice to know that almost anywhere I go, there's a local Little General nearby. So the next time you're on the road, look for the Little General sign and tell them Hugs sent you.
You have dreams.
Where do you start to build the skills necessary to make them happen?
At West Virginia State, you learn the skills that will get you the job you know you can have.
No matter where you want to go or what you want to do,
it starts at State.
The Honda Passport is full of possibilities. And with plenty of cargo space and underfloor storage, you can fill it with gear too. Pack your weekend with adventure in the Honda Passport.
An injury at any age can be a game changer, but with walk-in clinics Monday through Saturday, the Marshall Sports Medicine Institute is ready to get you off the bench and back in the game. Marshall Sports Medicine Institute takes care of the herd. Let us take
81-44 as we head to the fourth quarter of play here in Institute in this Mountain East Conference women's basketball showdown between the Lady Yellow Jackets of West Virginia State and the Lady Bobcats from Wesleyan. It was 23-15 State at the end of one, 51-28 at the break, and 81-44 as we head to this fourth quarter. From the outside, Sheresny knocks it in for State. Sheresny with her first field goal of the game. State has 11 threes, and the layup good by Kalia Cunningham. Cunningham now with 6 in the game. 40-point lead for State at 86-46. It was 103-68 the last time the teams got together. Quick 30 here. 8-0 run over the last 139 for State. Another look at Sheresny. Just gave her enough room there, and she knocked it in. It's Sheresny's 9th three-pointer of the season. State with 11 in the game. They're 11 of 16 from the free throw line. 24 turnovers for Wesleyan, 12 for State. Timeout has concluded. In men's game coming up here in Institute. The Walker Convocation Center. Doris W. and Walter F. Johnson III Arena. And we're playing basketball on the Lester Range Court. Harmon will be the trigger for State, or for Wesleyan, as State assembles Sheresny, Johnson, Cunningham, Kia Thompson, and ZZ Russell. Driving, scoring, no good. Here comes State. Pass in. Johnson lets a three-pointer fly. Wouldn't go, and running down the loose ball is Wilfong. Wilfong stops, puts it off the glass and in. That's Wilfong's first bucket of the second half. She has 16 in the game. 14 of those coming in the first half, 10 in the first quarter. Three-pointer on its way by Thompson. No good. Sheresny with the rebound. Put back good, and she's fouled. Thompson let it fly. Sheresny with the miss off the glass, and she was fouled. Gaybauer with her second foul of the game. Sheresny will go to the line. 6-foot junior out of Salem, Ohio. And the three-point play the old-fashioned way. So 7 in the game now for Sheresny. 89-48 our count. Wilfong. She is guarded tightly down the sideline there. Ball loose and scooped away by Riley. Higgins knocks it through. Higgins with State's 12th three-pointer, and the pressure again applied by State. Check out Higgins, boy, all alone, and drains it. (92-48). Splitting the defenders was Harmon. She's fouled. Destiny Fields picking up her fourth. When you come into the game, Fields is your leading scorer. She just has 5, but that just shows you the depth of this team when it comes to scoring and who can put points on the board for Charles Marshall's crew. He's got a lot of people that can do so. Fields is one of them. Shot on its way, a little too strong for Harmon. Rebound by Kimmons, and it wouldn't go. Malika Kimmons has 8 points in the game. She'll go to the line, and Destiny Fields has fouled out. So each team has had a player foul out of the game. Taylor Dunbar fouled out earlier for Wesleyan. Shot up and nothing but net for Kimmons. Kimmons on the season, 50% free throw shooter. She has 9 in the game, trying to make it 10. So the 50% free throw shooter has given Wesleyan 50 in the game. But State well in control of this one. A 92-50 advantage. State throws it away. Turnover-wise now 13 for State. Wesleyan has 25. Symphony Bryant Brown across the timeline. If you're looking for all name teams in the Mountain East Conference, I think that young lady's going to be on the list. Cameron Williamson, number 23, is checked into the game for Wesleyan. She's a freshman. Bethlehem Catholic out of Phillipsburg, New Jersey. Shot good by Shears, Charity Shears. Her first bucket here in the fourth quarter. She has 15 for the game. Just about an over and back there. Charity Shears and Peyton Shears, the sisters, they are the leading scorers for State with 15. Kramer has 13. Again, so many can score it for State. 94-50, 7:07 to go. 5 new players checking in for State. And that State substitution pattern can just really wear down teams. State has lost some tough games this season. And Charles Marshall hopes he can get this team right at the right time of the year as the tournament looms. Kimmons hits the free throw. 3 for 3 at the line, all in this quarter. 94-51. Second shot up, and nothing but net. Boy, she's got her 50% free throw shooter. She's got a beautiful touch there at the line. She's 4 for 4 in this game. 94-52. Cunningham on the move, weaving through traffic, and Cunningham will be fouled. So Harmon commits the foul. You know you're in the right place if you see Bob Boland enter the arena. Right, Robbie? Robbie Mounts, our producer-director here. And the shot up. And good by Cunningham. Bob will be with us for the men's game coming up at 4:30. 8 and Wesleyan. Cunningham's second free throw attempt would not go. Cunningham with 7 in the game. 1 for 2 at the line today. Symphony Bryant Brown out front. Over to Williamson, and Williamson gets it into the hands of Maple. Maple on the move from the free throw circle. Her shot off target. Cunningham. Thompson driving, and Thompson is going to be fouled. Kimmons will commit the foul. So Kia Thompson has scored. First one would go, second one would not. 96-52. Bryant Brown, and she was fouled. Now State is 4 points away from hitting 100 points for the 5th time this season. Bryant Brown. They're going to have a lane violation there. So Symphony Bryant Brown got her first point of the game, and there was a lane violation, and Charles Marshall wants to talk things over. We'll break away. 96-53, all State here in Institute.
The Honda CR-V EX is loaded with premium features that you don't have to pay a premium for. Like a turbocharged engine for great performance and fuel efficiency. With advanced features like a blind spot information system. Plus, Apple CarPlay integration for your iPhone. And the best part is, in the CR-V, premium is standard. Contact your Honda dealer to learn more or shop online.
With all that's going on, Mullen Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling wants to remind our neighbors we're here for you. We're taking extra precautions to protect you and our employees. Right now, we're offering 6-month no-interest financing to help you stay comfortable throughout this crisis. Our superior indoor air filtration options will keep viruses, bacteria, and allergens down, increasing indoor air quality, comfort, and safety. Call us today and see how we can help you. Mullen, we're comfortable when you are.
.612 remaining here in the basketball game. It's West Virginia State 96, West Virginia Wesleyan 53. Wesleyan from beautiful Buchanan and just a picturesque campus there in Buchanan. Love all these schools, certainly love that one. And what a gorgeous place here in Institute, West Virginia State. So Bryant Brown getting another free throw there off that lane violation, 96-54. On the move for State, off the glass and in. What a drive by Kramer. Kramer's first bucket here of the fourth quarter. She has 8 second-half points, 15 for the game. Decided she was going, and she drew the foul in the process. And the shot is up and good. Kramer nets it, 99-54. State, last time they won, they scored 99. Bryant Brown, and she strokes the three. Her first field goal of the game. So she has 5 points all here in this fourth quarter, 99-57. Shriver, they work it around, shot up and no good for State, but they'll keep possession of it as Kramer drives in and scores. So it will be a foul charge to Symphony Bryant Brown, her third of the game. She's out of Baltimore, Meade High School. Alana Kramer from Junction City, Kansas, Coffeyville Community College, and State now with 100. Kramer was 17, make it 18. So again, over the century mark for the fifth time now this season. Five new players heading in for State. Wesleyan at the moment with Ariana Harmon, Symphony Bryant Brown, Cameron Williamson, Tamara Maple, and Malika Kimmons. Maple's at the line, and Maple connects. Maple now with 3 in the game, hit that field goal in the third quarter. Sheresny, Cunningham, Hall, Bennington, Horton, and Russell are back in for State. Horton has not scored. The State, I think 14 players have now scored. 101-59. Here is the shot, and Bennington Horton has now scored. 19 points on the season for Alexis Bennington Horton. A foul on the other end. No, make that a traveling violation, Mike nicely tells us. So Alexis Bennington Horton with a three-pointer, 12. Make that 13 threes now in the game for State. Sheresny driving. Sheresny will score. What a nice move to the basket by Sheresny. Chloe Sheresny now with night. Ball is out of bounds. It will belong to Wesleyan. 4:35 to go. State in command at 106-59. Going to get to 7-6 on the season. Shot put up by Harmon, and she draws contact. This will be State's third home victory of the season, 7th overall. Harmon's shot is up and good. Harmon now with 12 in the game. Make it 13. 3 for 4 at the line. And the Jackets on the offensive end throw it away with 4:16 to go here in a 106-61 game. State and Wesleyan men's action to follow here on Video Productions. Bob Boland will join me for the call of that game and our great Video Productions crew. Shot from the baseline, no good by Symphony Bryant Brown. Dashing into the lane, kicking it out. Here is Bennington Horton. Her shot is short. Scooping it up is Alexis Hall. She'll drive and she'll get it to go. Alexis Hall with 11 in the game. 108-61. Maple. Bouncer into the corner to Bryant Brown. And there is Gabauer getting it to go. Gabauer now with 10 in the game. Gabauer had 26 last time the teams met. And Gabauer got it to go. Wesleyan coming away with it. In fact, Gabauer coming away with the basketball there. State has now turned it over 15 times. Maple's shot rolls around and would not fall through. Wesleyan has committed 27 turnovers in the game. From the corner, Bennington Horton hits the back of the iron. ZZ Russell with the scoop and puts it in. She scooped up that miss and put it in. Russell now with 6 in the game. 110-63. Gabauer leaning in against Sheresny off the glass and good. So Gabauer now with 4 points here in the quarter. 8 for the half, 12 for the game. So Gabauer at the free throw line. The foul was on Sheresny. That's her first. Free throw is missed. State on the attack. Higgins across the timeline. She'll put up the shot, 2-point range, no good. Rebound, one nice little shot there, put up by Reeves. Just couldn't get it to go, but what a nice athletic move by Reeves. Here comes Wesleyan on the attack. Symphony Bryant Brown shot, poked from behind. Harmeyer to Higgins, who will get it across the 10-second line. She gets it back into the hands. The shot was put up and no good by Madison Riley, looking for points here in the game. .146 left in this one. 110-65. State will improve to 7-6. Wesleyan going to drop to 3-10. Jackson. Symphony Bryant Brown with it. Here's the Wilfong looking and thinking about a three. Decided instead to go to Gabauer, and Gabauer will score it. Gabauer now with 10 here in the second half. 14 for the game. 110-67. Higgins gets it to Madison Riley. Riley on the move, and the ball poked away, and they say last touching Riley, the sophomore. Alexis Bennington Horton will check back in for State. Gaybauer over to Maple, and just about losing it there was Jackson. They get it to Gaybauer. Ball, his shot was blocked. With a nice save there by Jackson, but into the hands of State. Higgins with a little behind-the-back dribble, collects her composure, and scores it. Higgins, oh, what a move there by Higgins, who has 5 in the game now. Make that 7 in the game. 5 from the field and 2 from the free throw line, as we are under a minute to go in this one. Check out Higgins there. Nice little move and good body control. To the line for Wesleyan as a foul was called. It will be Courtney Wilfong. And Wilfong, who had the hot hand early on for Wesleyan, gets her 3rd point here of the 4th quarter. 17 points, make it 18 points. So she had 10 in the first, 4 in the second, no points in the third, and now 4 here in the fourth. Shot from the corner, no good there by Thompson. (112-69). Higgins looking for Sheresny on the inbounds. Higgins gets it into Reeves. Reeves, nice shot. Reeves now with 4 in the game. 114-69. State season high 121 against AB. They had 120 against Davis and Elkins. And looks like they'll put the brakes on here and let that clock whittle down. And we got the men's game coming up here on Video Productions. Higgins, guarded by Gaybauer. And that will do it. 114-69. West Virginia State knocks off West Virginia Wesleyan to improve to 7-6 on the season. We'll come back and recap it in a moment. State wins it here on Video Productions.
The Honda Pilot is great for family adventures. As well as the not-so-friendly ones. We made it tougher than it needed to be. Because you never know what you'll come up against. The Honda Pilot with available all-wheel drive. The ultimate modern family SUV.
With all that's going on, Mullen Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling wants to remind our neighbors we're here for you. We're taking extra precautions to protect you and our employees. Right now, we're offering 6-month no-interest financing to help you stay comfortable throughout this crisis. Our superior indoor air filtration options will keep viruses, bacteria, and allergens down, increasing indoor air quality, comfort, and safety. Call us today and see how we can help you. Mullen, we're comfortable when you are.
Did you know when you send or receive a text message, you take your eyes off the road for 5 seconds? At 55 miles per hour, that's like driving more than the length of a football field blindfolded. As a result, thousands of people die every year in crashes related to distracted driving. That's why we're cracking down on people who text or use their smartphones while driving. We would rather you cross the goal line alive. Law enforcement officers write tickets to save lives. Don't text and drive.
FCA has incredible impact on coaches, the teams, the players, and the community as well.
It's changed our lives. It's changed mine as a husband, as a father, and as a coach.
It does make an impact on our lives.
FCA has become a full circle in our lives.
People from all different kinds of backgrounds.
If all we're going to be is a coach that happens to be a Christian, I think it's more important to be a Christian that happens to be a coach.
114-69, our final. West Virginia State wins it over West Virginia Wesleyan in this Mountain East Conference Women's basketball showdown. Glad to bring it to you here on Video Production. State improving to 7-6 overall. Wesleyan drops to 3-10 on the season. Well, a lot of offense in this game for West Virginia State. Alana Kramer led the way. She had 18 for State. The Shearer sisters, Charity and Peyton, each with 15 in the game, and Alexis Hall had 11. Courtney Wilfong led the way for Wesleyan with 18. Abby Gabauer had 14 in the contest. And a big deal in this game was from the three-point line. State with 13, Wesleyan just with 1, and State forcing Wesleyan into 29 turnovers in the game. Coming up, we got the men's game for you. State and Wesleyan. State trying to snap a losing streak. Wesleyan will be looking for its first win of the season. We thank you so much for joining us here inside the Walker Convocation Center on the campus of West Virginia State. For our great crew, I'm Mark Martin, saying so long from Institute, where State defeats Wesleyan 114-69 is your final score. All video production telecasts are streaming live on Facebook and archived on the Video Productions website. This has been a presentation of Video Production Sports. We welcome you inside the Walker Convocation Center on the beautiful campus of West Virginia State University in Institute as Video Productions proudly presents Mountain East Conference basketball featuring the Yellow Jackets of West Virginia State. This afternoon they host the Bobcats of West Virginia Wesleyan out of the beautiful town of Buchanan. Greetings from Institute with Bob Bolin and our great Video Productions crew. I'm Mark Martin, delighted to have you with us. State coming in with a record of 6-5 and 2-3 in the Mountain East Conference, and they are 2-3 at home, I should say, and 4th in the Mountain East Conference, and going up against a Wesleyan team that is 0-12 on the campaign and 0-6 away from Buchanan. So big game here today for both of these teams on what is the next to last Saturday of the regular season in the Mountain East Conference. And it's a pleasure to be joined by former two-time NAIA National Coach of the Year, Bob Bolin. Bob, great to be back with you for Mountain East Conference basketball.
Great to be with you, Mark. A little technical difficulties there, but looking forward to tonight's contest. Great to be back on the air with Video Productions. West Virginia Wesleyan coming in 0-12, but I was looking here. They played D&E really close early in the year, and they played Concord to a 4-point game that just defeated West Virginia State the other night. So, looking forward to a good game. These records sometimes in conference play you can throw out the window.
Well, it's been a most unusual year for teams in college basketball, despite what level. And certainly in the Mountain East Conference, they didn't start regular season play until January. And a lot's been, just a lot of struggles this year for all involved. And right now, Brian Poor's team, well, they were really on a roll there. And then suddenly they've hit a snag. And so certainly with this being the next to last weekend of the regular season, they want to get a win here and kind of get things rolling here before heading to Wheeling.
Oh, and that's needed. You need to go into postseason playing well, and then they've been on a 4-game skid, but you still have a little time in the regular season to get everything going on track, and as well as I do that the postseason tournament is where it counts.
All right, let's talk about a couple of players to watch here today, and for West Virginia Wesleyan, number 2, Ross Young. He's a 6'5", 200-pound senior, averaging 14 points a game, and Young is out of Hyattsville, Maryland, and he's a guy that Wesleyan to today here for leadership. And not only is he an outstanding basketball player, but an outstanding student, a biochemistry major there at West Virginia Wesleyan. He was at Mount St. Mary's and now part of the Bobcat program. And then when you talk about West Virginia State, well, they've got some dynamic players, and certainly one of those, an area kid in Anthony Pittman. And Pittman comes in here averaging 17.9. He leads the team in rebounds. He leads the team in steals. And he leads the team in blocks. And I know he's a young man you're very high on.
Oh, I am. He just has so much energy, so much personality. It shows during warm-ups. I mean, he's always picking up his teammates. He's always ready. He's always upbeat. And then he fills up the stat sheet. I mean, you look at every category. He's up there, and his three-point shooting is coming along, which, I've said that kid will go make money playing basketball when that three-point catches up to the rest of the game, because everything else in his game is solid.
All right, Wesleyan looking for its first win of the season, and State trying to stop a 4-game losing streak. It's the Bobcats from Wesleyan and the Yellow Jackets from West Virginia State here in Institute. We'll bring you the starters and the tip-off of this one here tonight between Wesleyan and State in just a moment. You're watching Video Productions live streaming coverage of Mountain East Conference basketball featuring the Yellow Jackets of West Virginia State.
You have dreams.
A better life, a better job, a better you.
So where do you start to build the skills necessary to get there?
At West Virginia State, you are not just a number, you are who you choose to be.
You receive personal attention from award-winning faculty.
You study in nationally recognized programs.
You learn the skills that will get you the job you know you can have.
No matter where you want to go
or what you want to do,
it starts at State.
The Honda Passport is full of possibilities. And with plenty of cargo space and underfloor storage, you can fill it with gear too. Pack your weekend with adventure in the Honda Passport. The Honda CR-V EX is loaded with premium features that you don't have to pay a premium for. Like a turbocharged engine for great performance and fuel efficiency. With advanced features like a blind spot information system. Plus, Apple CarPlay integration for your iPhone. And the best part is, in the CR-V, premium is standard. Contact your Honda dealer to learn more or shop online.
Coach Bob Huggins here at your local Little General store. As I travel this great state, it's nice to know that almost anywhere I go, there's a local Little General nearby. So the next time you're on the road, look for the Little General sign and tell them Hugs.
All right, we are back here in Institute getting set for Wesleyan and West Virginia State. And the starters out on the floor for the Bobcats of Wesleyan. And taking a look at the starting lineups, you got Ross Young and Tommy Pope, along with Dalen Lee. And also in the starting lineup today for Wesleyan, they've changed numbers with number 30, Jarrett Malooly. Malooly with a new number, and Jalen Reed is the other starter. So there you go, Pope, Malooly, Young, Lee, and Reed. And for State, Jeremiah Staten, Abram, Anthony Pittman, Augustus Stone, and Jeremiah Morris. We're ready to go here, Bob Boland.
And the point guard for West Virginia State, Anthony Pittman, jumps center. Sometimes he plays the point, sometimes he plays the 4.
And Pittman on the move and can't get that shot to drop, but follows it up. But neither would go. And Dalen Lee comes out of there with it for Wesleyan. Our officials are Matt Lee, Jimmy Lieber, and J.K. Goins. Great to have you with us. So Malooly, we had him at number 10. He made a jersey switch here, so he is at number 30. He's a young man out of Clarksburg, Notre Dame, played for a state championship just up the road in Charleston back in 2017 for former Mountaineer Jared West. And here is Malooly putting up the little running left-hander as the shot clock was about to expire.
West Virginia State playing very aggressively on the defensive end.
State will whip it around here, and Staten's the newcomer, Bob. 5'9", sophomore. Where's number 3? Here's Abram. Ever dangerous. Abram leads the team in scoring, second in the Mountain East Conference in scoring, and they work it inside, and Jeremiah Moore will have the first bucket of the game.
Great pass by Staten, drawing the defender with a nice little dish.
Bobcats on the attack, driving in. We got a whistle and a foul as Jalen Reed attacked the basket.
Yeah, Reed got the shoulders squared and got past Staten just a little bit and able to draw the foul and get to the free throw line.
Jalen Reed, 6'3", 180 sophomore, Staunton, Virginia, played for the Miller School and then Fork Union. And he will knock down the first free throw, leads the team in scoring, 20.5 per game.
When I hear Fork Union, I still go old school with Fletcher Arrett. Boy, he was a man down at Fork Union.
No doubt about it. Jalen Reed, the team's leading scorer. Ross Young, we highlighted him, second leading scorer on the team. There's some good players on this Wesleyan team, Bob, just trying to get it all together under second-year head coach Nick Patella. out of Elkins was the head coach at D&E, did a great job there. And the shot by Malooly, and he knocks it through.
You can tell Malooly's a shooter. That left-handed stroke, when it left his hand, he was already backpedaling.
Yeah, Wesleyan back with the basketball. Malooly knocking down his 22nd three-pointer.
Let's see what happened. Oh, it left his hand, and he started heading the other way and had a violation against West Virginia State.
Down low, they work it into the hands of Ross Young, the young man we highlighted in the pregame.
And Ross Young there, Stone came over to help, but he jumped out of the way. And in that case, when you're the help defender, you have to stay between the offensive player and the basket.
Abram whips it around. Now here is Stone on the move. Can't get it to go, but Moore is there with the putback, and he draws the foul. Foul will go against Jalen Reed, his first.
Moore definitely has the advantage inside with his athletic ability and being the tallest player on the court. He should have a big game on the boards.
Shot is up and good for Moore, who comes into the game hitting 55% of his free throws, averages 17.9 a game. Second one won't go. 7-3 game, Wesleyan in the lead. On the move, Tommy Pope to Malooly, and Malooly drills another three.
Malooly's got a stroke. You know, Mark, you can tell when they shoot and start heading the other way. I mean, he's backpedaling like Michael Jordan when it leaves his hand. Can't leave him open, put it in the books. Nope.
The shot would not drop for Trey Watkins. Here comes Wesleyan with this 7-point advantage. And on the move is Dalen Reed. And we got contact. Reed hit the deck hard.
Reed with a nice strong move right here is a nice dish. Malooly in the corner, left-handed stroke. He starts the back pedal. He's 2 for 2.
Reed up with the shot and good.
All right, here's a foul. I couldn't tell if it was his head or his okay, it was his left elbow that hit the floor hard. You can tell he's a tough kid. Already up, Dalen Lee going for the second free throw.
So Wesleyan early on here, a 12-3 advantage. 4 for 4 at the line. And they've got 2 big threes by Malooly. Anthony Pittman cut off there by Tommy Pope. Watkins to Pittman. Pittman driving.
Nice.
Dumps it down to Jihad Shockley. And we've got contact and a foul called on Wesleyan.
And there was Moore again, working hard on the boards, using his athletic advantage, getting the offensive rebound. Now he'll go to the line. He's got just that little hitch in his free throw that Coach Poore said he didn't have in there last year. And these guys had a lot of time off this year.
Moore puts up the first and hits it. 12-4 the score.
Let's see if he can go 2 for 2 this time at the stripe.
Shot up and good by Moore, who has all 5 of State's points. 12-5 count. Here's Malooly again, and Malooly, this one would not drop in the rebound there by Ross Young. Malooly, and then they turn it over.
Yeah, a little bit on the move that time. He wasn't set before he released it.
Abram drives, and Abram scooping it up, and it's tough to defend that.
Oh, it is. And I think teams, he was shooting the three so well early in the year, are trying to run him off of that three-point line and force him to the mid-range game. And he's got a good mid-range game, too.
So Glenn Abram will go to the line. The foul was on Ross Young, his first. Abram's shot is up and good. Abram coming into today's game averaging 23 per contest, 31 three-pointers, a 79% free throw shooter, 32 assists. Couldn't get the second to go. Just one field goal right now, Bob, for State.
Yeah, they just haven't been able to get it going early. Good playing. They're playing well on the defensive end. I mean, they left Maluli a couple times, and he's able to knock it down. But very active on the defensive end is West Virginia State. But on the offensive end, just like they're not together. Let's see what they do out of this double high post set. See if they get some movement and get people going.
Dalen Lee committed the foul.
And they like to go the high post right there to Moore. Usually a pick on the other side and a handoff.
Pittman, behind the back pass, got a little too fancy there. Just a little miscommunication.
Yeah, West Virginia State doesn't look great on the offensive end right now. It's like they're not together. What they need to do is get in this press, get a couple easy buckets, and get things going.
Well, Maluli said need to get set. He fires that one, but Moore goes down hard. After Maluli missed the three. Here comes Pittman on the move. Flip it around to Abram. Now Pittman gets it back out. Moore fires, and that one won't go. Last touching the Yellow Jackets, Wesleyan's ball.
Yeah, ball just sticking on the offensive end just a little bit. Sticking here and there.
Tommy Pope taking it to the hoop and guarded well there by Moore. State back on the attack. Abram to Pittman. He'll launch the three and connect.
There's Pittman. That may ignite West Virginia State.
Well, and you've said in the games we've worked this year that once Pittman really gets that part of his game strong, he's going to be one tough guy to stop. He's tough already.
Oh, he is. He's tough already. You're exactly right. But it's his leadership skills, and his teammates like him so much. I mean, you can just see how happy they get when he hits a bucket.
Nice shot there by Ross Young on the baseline. State trailing by 5 here, 14-9. Wesleyan again coming in here in search of its first win of the season.
Now he moves from the 4 to the 1, Pittman does. It's great to have that type of versatility.
Glenn Abram up top. He'll step back. Three-pointer, 2 in a row for State, and two great scorers in Abram and Pittman getting it done, 14-12.
Yeah, that three-point shooting is contagious now. West Virginia State, Pittman got one. Now Abram just hit one. You better watch for Watkins on this trip. If they overhelp on those two, Watkins will knock one down.
Young got that one to roll through. Young's got 6 points here. Wesleyan by 4.
There he is.
Now Watkins, he is wide open. You said it.
Well, you key on one. Those threes, I told you, they are contagious. That's 3 in a row for West Virginia State. Now they're kind of playing with more excitement. And, hey, great play.
Yeah, Reed.
Yeah, Jalen Reed. Nice, strong move to the basket. Wesleyan's still up 3.
The State's women's team winning earlier today, they scored 114 points, and they had 13 three-pointers. So the men saw that and said, hey, they got those nets warmed up, that's for sure. Yeah. Abram double-teamed there. Here comes Pope down the floor. Pope underhand pass, and
beautiful.
Laying it in is Dalen Lee.
Dalen Lee, nice soft kiss off the glass. They had Watkins for a gimme 3 in the corner, and the pass was deflected.
Watkins does not care. He will fire from the parking lot, and boy, just had a good look. And Shockley couldn't get it to go on the miss. There's Dalen Lee, just scored that. Got a timeout on the floor. We will break away here. It's 20-15. Wesleyan on top of State, but the Yellow Jackets finding the range for 3-point range here in Institute.
Have dreams.
You have dreams.
You have dreams.
A better life, a better job, a better you.
So where do you start to build the skills necessary to get there?
For more than 125 years, West Virginia State University has been educating generations of students who have gone on to change the world.
At West Virginia State, you are not just a number, you are who you choose to be.
You receive personal attention from award-winning faculty.
You study in nationally recognized programs.
You learn the skills that will get you the job you know you can have.
No matter where you want to go
or what you want to do,
it starts at State.
It is a 20-15 lead as Wesleyan is on top of State by 5 here. 3-pointers for the Yellow Jackets. They now have 3 and 2 for the Bobcats. So early on here, Bob Bowen, what are you seeing?
Well, West Virginia Wesleyan's playing good basketball. They've been able to hit some threes, drive it strong to the hole, and West Virginia State came out a little flat, but since then they've hit 3 consecutive three-point shots, and they look to be getting into more of a flow offensively. I thought it's been a well-played game the first 7.5 minutes.
Talk about Nick Patella in his second year at the helm of Wesleyan. He's a great high school player, and here's the shot.
I was going to ask you. I'm sorry, Mark. I was going to ask you, where did he play?
Elkins.
Oh, I remember that name. He played in the All-Star game. I remember his name.
Brian Poore in his 22nd season. Here is Abram on the move. The one-hander won't go, and a nice pull down there on the rebound by Dalen Lee, who came in averaging 8 boards per game. Shot from the outside, good by Jalen Reed. Jalen Reed with Wesleyan's third three-pointer of the game. Bobcats up 8.
Yeah, Reed been able to get to the basket. Now he's at 3. And
from the corner, shot no good by Watkins. Back on the other end comes Wesleyan driving. Missing the shot, but drawing the foul is Dalen Reed.
Yeah, great kick-out play. Feet set by Reed, knocks the bottom out.
Dalen Lee will head to the line. So they have Dalen Lee, Jalen Reed. And one wears 11 and one wears 12.
You know, West Virginia Wesleyan, like I said earlier, they were in a close game. They've been in some close games, a 4-point game against Alderson Broadus. And, you know, with a start like this and being up 10 early, that does nothing but gets their confidence going. And a team that hasn't won all year that catches fire and is playing this well earlier can be very dangerous.
Well, the beauty of basketball, you know, you just want to try to get prime for tournament time. It hasn't gone the way they had hoped so far, but right now against a very talented State team, they lead it by 10. And Brian Poore with a lot of weapons like this guy, Abram, but that shot would not drop, and Jalen Reed comes out of there with the miss. Top of the circle, here's Ross Young. Back to Reed. Reed to Lee. Lee shot off the mark. Shockley grabs the rebound for State. On the move for the Yellow Jackets is Stephon Sherrod. His shot wouldn't go. Bobcats back on the other end, and that's going to be a goaltending against Shockley and give the bucket to Cameron Ramage, who had checked in. Young man out of Toronto, a junior, averaging 8 points a game.
Yeah, that's a close one there. Let's see. If it hits the glass first, you know, it actually did. It hit the side of the board real far to the right. Don't know if it had a chance of going in, but according to the rules, if it hits that board first, you got to let it go.
Pumping it from the corner, and no good for Jeremiah Moore. So Wesleyan looking to add to its 12-point advantage here. Ramage gets it down there to Jalen Reed. His shot, turnaround fashion, wouldn't go. Watkins across the timeline. Here's Watkins down to Pittman. Pittman kicks it back out, and it goes into the hands of Reed. Reed, good anticipation there defensively, and then Reed scores it.
Reed with a great move to the basket. Brian Poor is probably thinking about a TO, down 14 right now, and his team just not in a good offensive rhythm.
Reed has 9 points in the game. Abram goes to Moore. Back to Abram. Fires a three, and that'll help.
That sure will. When they need a big one, they go to their big-time scorer, top 10 in the country, averaging 23 points per contest.
So Abram has 2 threes in the game, and that cuts the deficit to 29-18 here in Institute. But West Virginia Wesleyan looking good here early on against the Jackets.
Coach Bob Huggins here at your local Little General store. As I travel this great state, it's nice to know that almost anywhere I go, there's a local Little General nearby. So the next time you're on the road, look for the Little General sign and tell them Hugs sent you.
The Honda Passport is full of possibilities. And with plenty of cargo space and underfloor storage, you can fill it with gear too. Pack your weekend with adventure in the Honda Passport.
A lead of 14 at one point here in this game for Wesleyan right now, 29-18. Bobcats in front. Jalen Reed with 9 points. Dalen Lee has 6. Jarrett Malooly has 6, and Ross Young has 6, along with Cameron Ramage with 2 for the Yellow Jackets of State. Glenn Abram with a couple of threes leads the way with 7. Jeremiah Moore has 5. Anthony Pittman and Trey Watkins each with 3.
West Virginia State showing a little 3-2 matchup zone right now for the first time this evening.
Shot no good there by Dalen Lee. And got a foul called on Wesleyan.
Now, I watched Wesleyan earlier in the year, Mark, against Glenville. Wesleyan was at home, very similar type game. Wesleyan came out on fire, was up double figures, and then Glenville came back in the second half and really played well.
Foul was on Jaden Hibbett, 6'6" freshman out of Woodbridge, Virginia. Driving, nice move to the hoop by Augustus Stone.
And there's Pittman with the stick back.
Anthony Pittman now with 5 in the game. Stone had a nice move, and Pittman finished it up. Bobcats with the basketball. Firing the shot is Marvell McGowan, who checked in earlier. Marvell, 6-foot sophomore, Greensburg, Pennsylvania, went to Salem High School.
Well, that's something that you don't see very much. Hibbett in the game for 1 minute and committed 2 fouls, both of them going for offensive rebounds, but maybe just a little too aggressive there and picking up 2 quick fouls.
Zach Cease checking in for Wesleyan. He's a freshman out of Parkersburg South High School, played for Brett Rector. Rector now an assistant coach at the University of Charleston. Big win today in women's play in the West Virginia Conference, or in the Mountain East Conference, down in Concord, as the University of Charleston goes down to defeat against a very good Concord team.
You know, really good defense by Ross Young, and at the last second, he swung at the ball, caused his hips to come out, and Abrams able to draw the contact. I mean, he had great defense. There would not have been a foul called there, but the very last seconds. And Ross Young trying to say that Abram pushed him off. But, you know, when he swung for that block shot, that's what caused him to commit the foul.
Well, thinking back to some of the great Wesleyan teams when they were a part of the West Virginia Conference, and Boy, I tell you, Gary Hess had some great teams there. And
Humphrey, that name is jumping out at me. That's one I played.
Yeah, I'll tell you, they had some dynamite teams. And they got a young coach trying to make his mark in the Mountain East Conference. And of course, you look at the banners up on the wall, the champions at West Virginia State down through the years with Brian Poore, Craig Karst. Two great programs with a lot of history battling here, and Wesleyan right now on top by 7. When you think about the Mountain East Conference too, Bob, and just read Amos and the work he has done, it's unbelievable.
Oh, it is, and you know, it's strong. I mean, it's a strong conference. They're well respected throughout the United States. As that young guy heats up, time out West Virginia Wesleyan. Abram from the parking lot.
Yeah, Abram's got 9 in 3-point range, 12 for the game, and
it's too easy.
And Nick Patella said, all right, we got to talk here for a minute. So got a 30 here.
Yeah, I'll tell you, you can't give Abram room like that. If you give him room, that's too big of a cushion. I mean, that was just a catch and shoot, and he's in rhythm, and he's not going to miss that shot very often.
Well, we are into the next to last weekend of play here in the Mountain East Conference, and we look so forward to that tournament championship in Wheeling.
And you know what Coach Patel is telling them over there? You know, he said you can't play that social distance defense. And they left Abram. Hey, they were 6 feet away. And Abram, you know, it does not carry on to the court.
State with 5 3-pointers in the game, 5 of 12 from behind the arc. Wesleyan 3 of 8. So the Bobcats still with a 4-point lead. Malouly's back in for Wesleyan. Darting to the hoop, and here is Malooly, and there you go.
And that's the first basket that West Virginia Wesleyan scored since State went into that 3-2 zone.
Malooly with 9 points. Here's a shot from the corner by Stone, and it went out of bounds. Nick Patella said our ball. There has other ideas.
Great job of using dribble penetration against the zone for Wesleyan, collapsing the zone and kicking it out for the open 3.
32-25, Abram. He's got range, and he shows it.
Yeah, okay, that's that COVID D. You can't be 6 feet off of him. I mean, he can shoot it from anywhere 30 feet in.
You were teasing Abram before the game. Said, you going to do anything today? Well, he's got 15 right now. He's still got 7:20 to go here in the first half.
If State goes on to win this game, I'm sure he'll come by and let me know what he did.
He'll remind you, right?
Yes, he will. Got him again.
This shot by Young was no good. Here's Abram. Whoa.
Uh-oh. And there was Pittman realizing that he has a hot hand. That's 4 threes. And West Virginia State's right back in the game.
32-31. Abram on fire from behind the 3-point line. On the move, Tommy Pope gets him to Malooly. And Malooly, now there was a collision there. Is it going to go on Malooly? It's going the other way.
Yeah, illegal pick in there against Tommy Pope.
Okay, Pope's going to be the guilty party.
Pope, and boy, look at Abram on that other end shooting it. Now you got to go back to him. He's hit 4 in a row. Going zone. Yep. Now they got to find him in the corner. And let the game flow. Give it up, get it back.
Well, Abram.
Yeah.
That was a 2-pointer, but it didn't go. But now they'll get it to Stone. He'll drive, lift it up with the one hand, left-hander, and Stone with his first bucket.
Nice little runner by Stone.
And State in the lead.
Difficult play to go full speed and then be able to shoot that basketball softly like that. This 3-2 zone, I know Brian Poore's not a big zone guy, but it's really worked. And, hey, he's sticking with what's getting him there. Doing a great job.
Here's Young. Young, good body control there and forces the contact to draw the foul.
Well, now Coach Patel is over here drawing something up. I don't know if he's drawing up something for the defensive end coming up, or I think he just needs to tell him, you better find that Abram guy. and go everywhere he goes. I don't know how much of board you need to find Abram.
Young missing the first free throw. Again, he's a biochemistry major, went to Sidwell Friends High School, again started his career at Mount St. Mary's.
There you go. Now look for him to maybe run something for Abrams. There you go. He's getting some movement going away.
Shot from the corner, good by Stone.
Stone wanted to join that. Well, West Virginia Wesleyan's got to get out of that zone against State. They're shooting the ball too well right now, up 4.
Stone cold right there. I should say Stone's hot as turning around and hitting it is Dalen Lee.
Yeah, and Coach Ford told him you got to talk. A great job by Lee of flashing the soft spot against the zone.
8 threes here in this first half for State. Good defensive play there by Ross Young. Gets it to Jalen Reed, and Reed's shot bouncing around. Wouldn't drop through. Pittman skies for the rebound. Sean Moran out of Lewis County High School, number 31. He's checked in for the Bobcats. Playing college basketball close to home. There's Abram with a 2.
You notice when Pittman has the ball, it always seems to go the right person. I mean, he's so calm with it. There he found Abram just floating on the inside for an easy 2-point bucket.
4:48 and counting, and Abram already with 20 points in the game. State by 4. Shot goes out of bounds and knocked away there by Jeremiah Moore. And we're going to have a timeout on the floor here. West Virginia State rifling in those 3-pointers. Good defense there by Moore. And we break away here in Institute. Yellow Jackets by 4 over the Bobcats.
You have dreams.
A better life, a better job, a better you.
So where do you start to build the skills necessary to get there?
At West Virginia State, you are not just a number, you are who you choose to be.
You receive personal attention from award-winning faculty.
You study in nationally recognized programs.
You learn the skills that will get you the job you know you can have.
No matter where you want to go
or what you want to do,
it starts at State.
My husband should have died that night. The car was on a fence, upside down. Trees were coming through the windshield.
The people who opened the door for me, one of the first questions they asked me is, how are you alive?
For my kids, Timmy's invincible. And it was just like that he could have been gone. He was like, this is all we're going to own. We're getting another Honda. It saved my life. My kids are not going in anything else.
38-34, West Virginia State on top of Wesleyan after the Bobcats had a huge lead here early on in this game, but Glenn Abram has caught fire.
Oh, he has. He's shooting the ball from everywhere in the gym. Now Wesleyan, after that timeout, has to get out of that zone. They'll have to go back to man-to-man. You know, zone defense is only good if it gets deflections or it distorts passing lanes. And West Virginia State has destroyed their zone defense. Now, on the other end, West Virginia State started playing well when they went to the zone. Let's see what they come out in now.
Moran, the trigger. He's played in all 12 games now this season for the Bobcats, or 11 of their 12 coming in. Good job there by State defense.
Watch Pittman here. Oh, yeah, Pittman. I mean, you could just see that look in his eye that he was either going to get to that rim or he was going to find Abram in that corner for a 3. And, boy, he went strong to the basket there. You can see it in his eyes when he starts that little stutter step and the crossover. Let's see. About right here, you can tell. Boom, boom. He gets there. And he had Abram in the corner, but he went for the spectacular dunk, and I can't say that I blame him.
Foul was on Dalen Lee. That is his second. Team foul number 9 on Wesleyan. State has 4 team fouls, and Pittman at the line and can't get the first free throw to go down. He is shooting 72% from the line this season. Again, coming in, averaging 17.9, shooting 44% from the field, 9 threes. Leads the team in rebounds, averaging 12. Leads the team in steals, 23, 20 blocks.
He leads them in a few categories, doesn't he?
He's not a guy you want to have off the floor for very long.
All right, West Virginia Wesleyan has to solve this zone. I mean, they were up 14 points earlier, and they got it to the right spot there. Got it to the foul line, extended to the zone, just not able to capitalize.
Yeah, Hibbett had just checked back in. Good play there by Jalen Reed. Reed across the timeline, zipping a pass to Hibbett. And that one's tapped away. Good defense by the Yellow Jackets. Here comes Pittman, dumping it off to Stone, and the ball bouncing around. And they are talking. Yeah, it's going to be State's basketball. Anthony Craven, 6'1" sophomore at a Fairmont Heights High School in Washington, D.C., will check in, averaging 3.4 a game. Abram guarded there by McGowan, and Abram shot off target there, but the putback by Moore, boy, Moore battling like crazy. But coming out of there with it was Craven, and I think, what do we got here?
They got a traveling violation. Well, the referees, they're doing a great job. We haven't even mentioned them all evening. Didn't really see that traveling, but Matt Lee was right on it, and a veteran official like that must have lifted that pivot foot before he dropped the ball down. Matt Lee's not going to miss that call.
Inbounds
great
pass,
play.
Beautiful. Moore scores it.
Great pick by Gus Stone. State still in that 3-2. Wesleyan's going to have to go to a two-guard front and fill those corners with shooters. They're just not getting anything good, and they got to stick back there, but not getting any good looks against that zone. And that's when you go your two-guard front, you fill the two corners with your two best shooters and try to get it there.
How about Watkins from way out in front of Nick Patella there on the sideline?
That's the kind of range I like. Right there, let it fly.
And Brian Poore said he can shoot it from the parking lot. That wasn't too far off.
Yeah, Wesleyan's really out of sync. Look terrible right now. Got to get Mullally back in that game. He'll break that zone.
Yeah, driving and scoring, missing there. On the attempt to score was Watkins. I'm going to have a foul called on State. Go against Watkins, his second.
Boy, Watkins was almost out of the camera frame when he shot that one. Hey, it's a time to get my man Mullally back in the game.
Ramage from left of the key. That one falls short. Here comes Pittman across the timeline. Pittman wants to take it himself and will get the roll. Anthony Pittman now with 8 in the game.
Pittman, great body control, going to his left, hanging in the air, finishing with the right hand. Beautiful play by Anthony Pittman.
So State now with a double-figure lead, 21-2 run over the last 7:47 for the Jackets. Lee on the move, and it won't go. Moore snags the rebound, gets it to Abram, fires the pass intended for Stone, but a good job there by Ramage to run it down, and then he loses the basketball, unfortunately. Well, great hustle by Ramage, but in the end, it will be State's ball.
Yeah, there's Anthony Pittman hanging, drawing the contact kiss off the glass. Now, Abram's 3 turnovers tonight have all been on passes. That time he just needs to take one more dribble, let the offensive player get closer to the basket. Those turnovers he's had on passes, just needs to hold on to the ball an extra second and not try to make the big play, just make the right play.
Watkins is out, and Staten is back in. Where's number 3? Number 14 is into the game for Wesleyan. That is Braden McGrew, who was an outstanding player just down the road at Winfield High School as Stone delivers his second 3.
Well, that's a 27-point turnaround, Mark.
Yes, it is.
West Virginia State was down 29-15. Now they're up 13.
Jalen Reed goes to McGowan, who will lift up the 3, and it won't go, and Pittman snags the rebound. little more note there on this McGrew kid. His grandfather, Roger Hart, one of the all-time greats at Morris Harvey, and Glenn Abram. He's a guy they're going to be. Roger Hart was a great scorer. Abrams a great scorer.
They could both fill it up. What is that, 23 for Abram? I think we need to ask him again at the half if he's going to do anything.
6 threes in the game. Boy, they stripped Dalen Lee of the basketball.
Yeah, West Virginia Wesleyans really lost their composure on the offensive end.
Started so well for the Bobcats, but State has taken control here. Abram. They work down that clock for the final shot. Abram going to make a move on McGrew and score it.
25. Pittman with the steal, and he drew the foul on the 3. Great smart play by Anthony Pittman. Wow.
Well, your 2 leaders in Abram and Pittman, and a couple of strong plays here to end this half. No time showing on the clock.
Now, Mark, between you now, you know that's impossible. If the whistle blew, there has to be time on the clock. I never understood this in basketball. I mean, there has to be.
There's Abram scoring.
Right. And okay. I mean, if he got fouled and the foul was during the time, okay, they did. They put 2 tenths up there. Okay. You got to have time. I never understood that. When we were young, you could go out there and shoot it by yourself. Well, that's impossible. If the whistle blew, the clock had to stop. So they have to put time back on there.
Pittman missing his second free throw. 29-2 run, Bob, over the last 10:05.
Wow, big time. And that's when they went to that zone. Now, he did, if you notice, Coach Ford's a man-to-man guy. He went back to that man-to-man the last possession. Because he's a man-to-man coach. And there's Pittman. The first free throw he missed, he crossed the line, almost ended up the basket. He needs to stay set like that second free throw and just take his time and put it in.
And just like that, good coaching there, Bob Boland. 56-36. What a change of pace in this one. Wesleyan dominated early on, but State with a 31-2 run over the last 10:06. And they lead it at the break by 20. We return to Institute. You're watching live streaming coverage of Mountain East Conference basketball featuring the Yellow Jackets of West Virginia State on Video Productions.
I'm Stuart Caldwell. For more than 40 years, I and my firm have vindicated the rights of individuals hurt by defective drugs, defective chemicals, and other products. Now I'm teaming with Booth to take on the big drug companies to vindicate the rights of children born with NAS. There are significant legal proceedings that could affect you and your child's legal rights.
If you're the parent or guardian of a child who you believe was born dependent on opioids, you need to act now.
An injury at any age can be a game changer. But with walk-in clinics Monday through Saturday, the Marshall Sports Medicine Institute is ready to get you off the bench and back in the game. Marshall Sports Medicine Institute takes care of the herd. Let us take care of you.
You have dreams.
Where do you start to build the skills necessary to make them happen?
At West Virginia State, you learn the skills that will get you the job you know you can have.
No matter where you want to go or what you want to do,
it starts at State.
My husband should have died that night. The car was on a fence, upside down. Trees were coming through the windshield.
The people who opened the door for me, one of the first questions they asked me is, how are you alive?
For my kids, Timmy's invincible. And it was just like that he could have been gone. He was like, this is all we're gonna own. We're getting another Honda. It saved my life. My kids are not going in anything else.
It's 56-36, State on top of Wesleyan here at the Walker Convocation Center on the beautiful campus of West Virginia State University. The Doris W. and Walter F. Johnson III Arena, and playing basketball on the Lester Range Court here today. And the Yellow Jackets of West Virginia State up by 20 here at the break. But if you were just tuning in, Bob Boland, that was not the case for a while.
Oh, my goodness. West Virginia Wesleyan started out on fire. They were up at one point 29-14. Everything was going their way, and then it just totally fell apart. West Virginia State went on a 31-2 run over the last 10 minutes of the second half, and it was right after they switched to that 3-2 zone. They totally dominated. The three started falling, and my man Glenn Abram, one of the best scorers in the country, caught fire.
Yeah, he leads the way with 25 points, and the leader for Wesleyan is Dalen Lee with 10 points. State also has Anthony Pittman with 10, so 3 players in double figures. We'll come back and we'll talk more individual scoring plus team stats and much more here at the break. It's State 56, Wesleyan 36. You're watching live streaming coverage of Mountain East Conference basketball featuring the West Virginia State Yellow Jackets on Video Productions.
The Honda Pilot is great for family adventures. As well as the not-so-friendly ones. We made it tougher than it needed to be. Because you never know what you'll come up against. The Honda Pilot with available all-wheel drive. The ultimate modern family SUV.
With all that's going on, Mullen Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling wants to remind our neighbors we're here for you. We're taking extra precautions to protect you and our employees. Right now, we're offering 6-month no-interest financing to help you stay comfortable throughout this crisis. Our superior indoor air filtration options will keep viruses, bacteria, and allergens down, increasing indoor air quality, comfort, and safety. Call us today and see how we can help you. Mullen, we're comfortable when you are.
Did you know when you send or receive a text message, you take your eyes off the road for 5 seconds? At 55 miles per hour, that's like driving more than the length of a football field blindfolded. As a result, thousands of people die every year in crashes related to distracted driving. That's why we're cracking down on people who text or use their smartphones while driving. We would rather you cross the goal line alive. Law enforcement officers write tickets to save lives. Don't text and drive.
FCA has incredible impact on coaches, the teams, the players, and the community as well.
It's changed our lives. It's changed mine as a husband, as a father, and as a coach.
It does make an impact on our lives.
FCA has become a full circle in our lives.
People from all different kinds of backgrounds.
If all we're going to be is a coach that happens to be a Christian, I think it's more important to be a Christian that happens to be a coach.
You have dreams.
A better life, a better job, a better you.
So where do you start to build the skills necessary to get there?
At West Virginia State, you are not just a number, you are who you choose to be.
You receive personal attention from award-winning faculty.
You study in nationally recognized programs.
You learn the skills that will get you the job you know you can have.
No matter where you want to go
or what you want to do,
it starts at State.
Honda Passport is full of possibilities. And with plenty of cargo space and underfloor storage, you can fill it with gear too. Pack your weekend with adventure in the Honda Passport. The Honda CR-V EX is loaded with premium features that you don't have to pay a premium for. Like a turbocharged engine for great performance and fuel efficiency. With advanced features like a blind spot information system. Plus, Apple CarPlay integration for your iPhone. And the best part is, in the CR-V, premium is standard. Contact your Honda dealer to learn more or shop online.
Coach Bob Huggins here at your local Little General store. As I travel this great state, it's nice to know that almost anywhere I go, there's a local Little General nearby. So the next time you're on the road, look for the Little General sign and tell them Hug.
Back in the Walker Convocation Center, it's 56-36 State on top of Wesleyan. Take a look at the first half stats. And for West Virginia State, they hit 18 shots from the field, and 11 of those, Bob, from behind the arc.
55%, knocking them down, and they missed their first 4 of the game. So they've been 11 of their last 16 threes. And, boy, the only thing I write down on my paper, our great stats and everything we have here at Video Productions, they pop up and they got it highlighted. That's the difference in the first half right there. West Virginia State shoot 55% behind the arc. Not many teams in this country are going to beat them.
Well, they had 11 threes there in the first half. The women's team, we mentioned earlier today, they had 13 threes. So State's 2 basketball teams here today lighting it up from behind the three-point line for Wesleyan. They got that good start going, but just down the stretch just couldn't get anything going. So 13 of 34 from the field. And, of course, they are behind in that three-point category by 7 shots. And the rebounding edge goes to State, and Wesleyan has committed 1 more turnover than has the Yellow Jackets. State coming in 6-5 on the season, 2-3 here at home. Wesleyan, again, looking for that first win of the season at 0-12, 0-6 on the road. But tell you what, there's some talent on this Wesleyan team.
Oh, there is. Now think about this, Mark. If this game was played like the women's game in quarters, West Virginia Wesleyan scored 34 the first quarter, the first 10 minutes, and scored 2 the last 10 minutes. Yeah. 31-2 run.
And that puts the Jackets up by 20 here at the break. 2 teams back out on the floor. We'll come back and talk individually in just a moment. You're watching live streaming coverage of Video Productions Mountain East Conference basketball featuring the Yellow Jackets of West Virginia State. Back to Institute right after this.
I'm Stuart Caldwell. For more than 40 years, I and my firm have vindicated the rights of individuals hurt by defective drugs, defective chemicals, and other products. Now I'm teaming with Booth to take on the big drug companies to vindicate the rights of children born with NAS. There are significant legal proceedings that could affect you and your child's legal rights.
If you're the parent or guardian of a child who you believe was born dependent on opioids, you need to act now.
An injury at any age can be a game changer. But with walk-in clinics Monday through Saturday, the Marshall Sports Medicine Institute is ready to get you off the bench and back in the game. Marshall Sports Medicine Institute takes care of the herd. Let us take care of you.
You have dreams.
Where do you start to build the skills necessary to make them happen?
At West Virginia State, you learn the skills that will get you the job you know you can have.
No matter where you want to go or what you want to do,
it starts at State.
My husband should have died that night. The car was on a fence, upside down. Trees were coming through the windshield.
The people who opened the door for me, one of the first questions they asked me is, how are you alive?
For my kids, Timmy's invincible. And it was just like that he could have been gone. He was like, this is all we're gonna own. We're getting another Honda. It saved my life. My kids are not going in anything else.
Individual scoring here in this first half of action. Glenn Abram leads the way for State with 25. Anthony Pittman had 10 points. He has 11 rebounds in the contest. Augustus Stone had 8. Jeremiah Moore had 7, and Trey Watkins with 6 for the Yellow Jackets. Leading the way for Wesleyan, 10 for Dalen Lee. Jalen Reed had 9 points, 6 for Ross Young. Jarrett Malooly had 9 points, and Cameron Ramage finished with 2 points in the first half. So State in the lead, 56-36. We'll break away, and we'll have the second half for you in a moment here on Video Productions.
The Honda CR-V EX is loaded with premium features that you don't have to pay a premium for. Like a turbocharged engine for great performance and fuel efficiency. With advanced features like a blind spot information system. Plus, Apple CarPlay integration for your iPhone. And the best part is, in the CR-V, premium is standard. Contact your Honda dealer to learn more or shop online.
With all that's going on, Mullen Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling wants to remind our neighbors we're here for you. We're taking extra precautions to protect you and our employees. Right now, we're offering 6-month no-interest financing to help you stay comfortable throughout this crisis. Our superior indoor air filtration options will keep viruses, bacteria, and allergens down, increasing indoor air quality, comfort, and safety. Call us today and see how we can help you. Mullen, we're comfortable when you are.
State taking a 20-point edge into this second half of action. Wesleyan will have the basketball, and Jarrett Malooly will be the trigger to inbounds the basketball for State, or for Wesleyan against State's defense here.
Boy, just think of that first half. Abram with 25 points and Anthony Pittman with a double-double by halftime. I mean, he's on his way to a 20-20. That doesn't happen very much.
All right, Wesleyan, what do they got to do to get back in this, Bob?
Well, they got to hit some threes. They got to fill the corners against this 3-2 zone. There's Brian Poore coming out with what's working against that zone, and he already has created a turnover. So a man-to-man coach being flexible and saying, hey, we went on a 31-2 run with that zone, so I'm going right back to it.
Yeah, not the start that Nick Patella was wanting here. And let's see here. Looks like Moore is limping, and so that's going to bring Shockley into the game.
Yeah, and that boy, Jeremiah Moore's a tough kid, and that's not a good sign with him walking that slow. And he's been a factor on the boards for West Virginia State for the whole season.
Rob Ely, one of the assistants for State. I want to check him out. Of course, State has an outstanding athletic trainer in Rick Gray, who has, of course, administered a lot of COVID tests. Here's Malooly launching and couldn't get it to go. Malooly again had 3 3-pointers in that first half of play, helping Wesleyan to that nice lead there in the beginning. But now we got a foul called here.
And Malooly is the one to get West Virginia State out of that zone. And I wish they would fill Malooly in the corners and use some of that dribble penetration against the zone and look for Malooly. And now they are starting to fill the corner.
Shockley committed the foul there for State. Good defense there by Pittman. Work it down to Ross Young. Here's Malooly. And then feeds Young. Young will maneuver in the lane. Nice play by Young.
Great move. Great pass, great entry pass by Malooly. Nice finish by Young.
Young has 8 in the game, 56-38. On the move is Stone, and Stone will draw the foul.
Yeah, Stone with a good dribble pressure. There was Malooly gave him the ball exactly where he needed it. He knew which direction he needed to make his move, and Young able to score. And then on the other end, Wesleyan was playing that lookout defense where your man goes by you and you holler, look out.
Stone at the line on the season, an 87% free throw shooter. He leads the team in that category, but missed on that attempt. State is 9 of 14 at the line.
Stone won't miss this one, Mark. A great shooter like that. And that's the worst free throw I've ever seen him miss. Barely hit the rim. Boy, he put it in. He had to rattle it in there, but, Stone's got a nice, soft touch. Very seldom a great shooter like that will miss 2 in a row.
Stone, a young man out of Baltimore. Started 23 games last season. The shot there by Jalen Reed would not go for Wesleyan.
Yeah, they finally got Reed, a shooter in the corner, but as he caught the ball, he was fading away. Those shooters need to be stationary in both of those corners against that 3-2. And you put him in one corner and Malooly in the other, I guarantee you they'll get a good shot.
There's Pittman from the corner for the Jackets. That one had a good look, wouldn't go, but Shockley with a nice rebound out to Abram. Abram, why not? And there you go.
Well, you see the little fake pass to set the defense up, froze everybody, and then he did. What an offensive player.
I still don't know if that's Archie Talley range or not, though. Maybe it's getting close.
Getting close. He's not there yet, but boy,
who would be?
No, nobody.
All right, 60-38 as Abram buried his 7th three of the game, and here's a nice shot from the free throw line, put in by Lee, who now has 12.
That's the other spot against that zone. Against that 3-2 zone, the soft spots, the center of the zone, and then the 2 corners.
Pittman fires the pass down low to Abram, and then Abram with a beautiful pass to Shockley. Well, he thought dunk, and it goes through.
We'll give Shockley an unk on that one. Didn't have the D in it. Great passing. Players are getting a little laugh at that. He gets 2 points for it, though.
62-40. Malooly over to Pope. And a little fadeaway shot here by Lee. Wouldn't go, but a rebound down low, and going to have a whistle after the miss.
And right there is where West Virginia State misses more. Did you see that pass? Beautiful pass, and then the unk. Inside by Shockley.
New vocabulary.
he didn't have the D in it. He got it pinned on the rim and still got 2.
Abram committed the foul, so that puts at the line Young, and he swishes the first.
And then when you miss a player like Moore right there, that stick back with Moore in the game, he gets that rebound. I'll tell you, Gus Stone's a little gimpy out there. It looks like he's worried about a right ankle or a right Achilles. Ever since those 2 free throws, I've watched him. He's been testing it.
Young missed a couple of free throws in the first half. Got those 2.
Here comes an extended zone by Wesleyan. See what they're trying to accomplish here. Probably getting that shooting lane. Wow,
Watkins, what range. Watkins and Abram.
Oh, boy, they can shoot it from the parking lot. He might let that one go.
Going to drive here, weave his way around, and dump it to Shockley. And Shockley couldn't get it to go, but a nice battle underneath there between Shockley and Ross Young. Here comes Dalen Lee.
Oh, great play.
There you go.
Yeah.
Malooly now with 12 in the game. Malooly with 4 3-pointers out of Clarksburg Notre Dame High School.
And he's the one that can get State out of that zone. But great job by Dalen Lee of finding him. Right there's a foul. And when Abrams is shooting from Little General Store down the street, you have to come out and play him. And then when you do, he's going to drive by you as we take a look at Malooly with that sweet left-handed stroke.
So the foul was on Lee. That's his 3rd. So Malooly, while going to Notre Dame, is from Weston. So he's one of 2 players on this Wesleyan team from Weston. And here's Abram again.
And the assist goes to Pittman. I don't know how when you score 31 points with 15 minutes to go in the game, you get the defense loses him. I don't know how that's possible.
65-45. Tough shot down low, but a foul called as Reed couldn't get his shot to drop, but he does draw the foul.
Look at Pittman. Draws the defense, finds Abram in the corner, and then on this end, the correct call. Shockley held his hand straight up, but he walked into the offensive player with his chest. And I used to hate when referees would let players get away with that. You know, you work so hard to get a little 4-foot jump hook, and then they walk into you with your chest, and they don't call a good job by J.K. Goins, the official there.
Reed makes both free throws. He has 11 in the game. 65-46. McGrew has checked back in for Wesleyan. We talked about McGrew's grandfather being Roger Hart. His father, Bruce McGrew, was a longtime head football coach at Winfield High School and later the principal, now an administrator in the Putnam County school system, but a great athletic family. His sister Mara plays soccer at Wesleyan, and long-range shot there by Lee wouldn't go. Here comes Abram. Pittman. And now it's Jeremiah State.
Good pass.
Well, Pittman went up, wanted that dunk, and
I'll tell you what a defensive play by Ross Young. He got all ball on that, and look at Young on this end. He's not all happy because he blocked the dunk. He's just playing. Well, I didn't know he could get up like that.
Reed scores it there for the Bobcats, 65-49. Wesleyan trying to make a dent. And a foul going to be called.
Well, let's look at this. Pittman going for the dunk. Wow, and Pittman was up. I'll tell you, Ross Young with a tremendous defensive play.
Malooly committing his first foul. Timeout on the floor. State leads Wesleyan here in Institute.
I'm Stuart Caldwell. For more than 40 years, I and my firm have vindicated the rights of individuals hurt by defective drugs, defective chemicals, and other products. Now I'm teaming with Booth to take on the big drug companies to vindicate the rights of children born with NAS. There are significant legal proceedings that could affect you and your child's legal rights.
If you're the parent or guardian of a child who you believe was born dependent on opioids, you need to act now.
Money they got. All right, 65-49. State huddled up. Again, so different to see the halftime huddles this season.
Oh, Mark, I mean, it's different. Maybe it's ready to change, though. I know the governor opened up the restaurants to 75%.
Things are, slow but sure. Slow but sure.
Have you been vaccinated yet?
I have not.
I have. Well, being in the public schools helps a little bit.
It's coming. It's coming soon. I've been tested several times, so far it's so good there.
Every time we come here?
Yeah, I think between that and some other work I've had to do this year, I think today was the 16th time.
Wow.
Sweet 16.
All right. Wesleyan back now in a man-to-man. He's on fire.
I was going to say, and Abrams back to his old tricks.
And, he's keeping his concentration together tonight. Even though they're up 19, he's focused. 34, 9 for 12 threes. And he went 0 for 8 last game. Can you imagine that?
68-49. Here's McGrew, who can shoot it, and that one just a little short, rattles around there. Here comes Abram down the floor,
Great
gliding.
play.
Gets it to Stone, the soft touch. And a nice tap back there, but just wouldn't go. But then a good job there by Sherrod, who comes into the game off the timeout. His first bucket of the game, 70-49.
Great job by Sherrod. Coming in the game stiff and able to fight like that.
Here's Malooly.
And where was he at, Mark? In the corner? I've been calling for that for a quarter and a half. Got to get him in the corner against that zone.
15 points for Malooly. 5 3-pointers.
Look who. Boy, I thought he was open again.
Abram to Stone, and Stone just stepped back there and fired it up. Savion Marshall Hamilton, number 21, also into the game for the Yellow Jackets. A foul there right at midcourt on the Yellow Jackets.
Let's see if on this possession against that zone, if Malooly spots himself up in a corner somewhere. After hitting that last one, I'd expect him to go to the opposite corner this time. 2 new low people against the zone for State. So you got to get to that corner. Here he goes. Hey, he did slide down there. Got him in the corner this time.
Here's McGrew. Trouble gets it back out to Lee. Lee to Young, and a foul called. And that will go against the Yellow Jackets. You had a foul called on Stone. This one going to go against Savion Marshall Hamilton. Braden McGrew will be the trigger. Looking and whips it out into the front court to Reed. Shot by Young. Beautiful shot from the free throw line by Young, who now has 12 in the game for the Bobcats.
Well, Ross Young made the great defensive play on the block dunk. Now with a nice little free throw line jumper.
Here's Abram again, letting it fly. Abram was fouled by Malooly. So 2 guys who've done a great job from behind the three-point line.
Yeah, right there. Nice little spin around, and Malooly not pleased with the call.
That's his second foul of the game. Team foul number 4 on the Bobcats here in the second half. Abram at the line.
34 points, 4 for 5 from the line, 9 for 12 3-pointers. I don't know what it's. For him to go 0 for 8 last game, and I wasn't here, I can't imagine him waking up out of bed in his pajamas and barefoot going 0 for 8. Not the way he can shoot a basketball. Can't imagine it.
Abram knocks down a couple. Abram in the game now, 6 of 7 from the line. And 73-54. Now Ross Young, well, he's been a battler in this game.
Oh, he has. Hey, I really like his demeanor on the court. He blocks a dunk. He doesn't do any yapping. He draws the foul. He just plays. I think he's a pretty good one there.
Biochemistry majors aren't known to do a lot of yapping. They're serious-minded folks.
Yeah. When you put 2 and 2 together like that, back to that offensive rebound there. The only thing I don't like is when you're passing the ball to a shooter, I don't like the bounce pass to him. That takes an extra half a second to get there, and got to zip past that ball to the shooter so they can be ready to shoot it.
Staten coming down the court, and he was bumped by Cameron Ramage. Ramage is out of Toronto. Lee is from Toronto. How about the school Lee went to? It's called the Rock School. You just say, my school rocks.
Great pass.
My goodness. Staten found Savion Marshall Hamilton wide open for the dunk.
Jeremiah Staten with a beautiful drop-off.
Eight players have scored for the Yellow Jackets as Lee drives in and scores. Lee now with 14 in the game. Here's Abram. Abram going to drive, and then a nice little pass to Marshall Hamilton again.
And I like that. Abram with his 4th assist on the evening. Drawing the defender. Nice kick. West Virginia State clicking on all cylinders right now.
And Ross Young scores it, his third field goal of this second half. He has 6 for the game, and he's 4 of 6 at the line.
Now there's the new age basketball that I can't stand. The LeBron flop, when you get bumped and you fall apart and look at the referee to bail you out. I'll tell you what, if I was ref and they ever did any of that acting, I'd never give them a call.
Well, it's charged to Ramage. That's his second. Each team now with 6 fouls. Charged to them, and Staten just threw that up with his left hand and almost went in.
Yeah, trying to draw the foul. And
here comes Dalen Lee, and that ball goes out of bounds. It will be Wesleyan's basketball. Brian Poor shouting instructions, 22nd year head coach of the Yellow Jackets. His team up by 17.
Oh, and I can see exactly what was frustrating Coach Poor. They've been playing so well with the ball moving. The ball starts sticking a few possessions, and they don't look near as good.
There's Stone in trouble, gets it back out to Staten. Nice little behind the back pass there from Sherrod to Marshall Hamilton. Ball will belong to the Bobcats.
Yeah, that's where the game has changed. You used to do a lot of work to get that ball inside for that shot, and now, you know, an open three is the best shot in basketball.
Here's McGrew getting it over to Lee, and Lee drills the three. It's his first three of the game.
Well, Dayton Lee's solid out there, strong defender, shoots the ball well.
Wesleyan has 7 3-pointers in the game. Problem is the guy with the ball has 9, along with a few others. Now going to have a break in the action here in Institute. State 77, Wesleyan 63 on Video Productions.
Have dreams.
You have dreams.
You have dreams.
A better life, a better job, a better you.
So where do you start to build the skills necessary to get there?
For more than 125 years, West Virginia State University has been educating generations of students who have gone on to change the world.
At West Virginia State, you are not just a number, you are who you choose to be.
You receive personal attention from award-winning faculty.
You study in nationally recognized programs.
You learn the skills that will get you the job you know you can have.
No matter where you want to go
or what you want to do,
it starts at State.
Yeah, I had Bimbo. 77-63, State on top of Wesleyan here inside the Walker Convocation Center. The Doris W.N. Walter F. Johnson III Arena on the Lester Raines Court. Well, 9:58 to go. Still within striking distance are the Bobcats.
And one reason, the ball started sticking with West Virginia State. And, you know, and you can see Brian Poor getting frustrated. When the ball sticks, West Virginia State doesn't get good shots. And I went out to Phoenix one time with Mike D'Antoni to watch him practice. And I got to go to all their meetings and everything. And they talked about Carmelo Anthony being a ball sticker. You know, the ball sticks in his hand a long time, and that wasn't good for D'Antoni's system. Well, then after he had Harden in Houston, I asked him, now the ball sticks in Harden's hand. He said, he's so good I can adjust my system. But, you know, you don't want that ball sticking. West Virginia State's better when the ball moves.
All right, Wesleyan, big possession here, Bob.
Yeah, getting the right call, kick. West Virginia Wesleyan came out of the timeout with a nice little pick and roll with movement on the opposite side. Would have had a layup there, but good job of West Virginia. There's that corner.
From the corner, and knocking it through, or trying to knock it through, was Reed. Battling, Reed again, and swatted from behind, and a foul going to be called.
Yeah, Reed just fighting in there. Doing a good job, Jalen Reed. when you get 3 offensive rebounds and you're that close to the basket, you're going to get rewarded with the free throw line, whether there's contact or not on that third one. Yeah, you said it right. Huge possession here. Can knock it down to 12.
Now Reed, 14 in the game. Now his first free throw missed. Ball goes off of State.
You can tell the ref was confident he got that right. It looked like it was out on Wesleyan, but after the ball hit Wesleyan's knee, it bounced right off of Pittman's hand.
Well, they missed one free throw there, but they get another chance here, and into the corner it goes to Jalen Reed. And now here is Young.
Well, I like Young. He's just solid everywhere. Let's see if the ball gets moving a little bit now for West Virginia State.
All right, 11-point game as Young now has 18. He is the leader for Wesleyan. Dalen Lee has 17. Jalen Reed has 14. Malooly has 15. Of course, the big gun for State has been Abram, who has 37 at the moment. The ball slapped away. Nice play there by Tommy Pope.
A chance to cut it to single digits.
And just rifled it too hard in the direction of Marvell McGowan.
Yeah, the ball moved that time, but if you think about Abram's 9 threes, he's hit them on step backs and he's hit them on catch and shoot. He hadn't hit them after he's been there. And, Wesleyan on an 8-0 run right now. With a 3 there, it could have been an 11-0 run.
Staten with the basketball, gets it to Pittman, who drives and will be fouled by Young, who will pick up his second.
When things are going bad for West Virginia State, you get the ball to Anthony Pittman, and the right decision will be made. He takes his time, gets there, draws the foul. Now he's got to go up here and put the free throws in, but he makes the right decisions.
Well, some of the shots we have here, the great shots of video production, and you just really get an opportunity to see just what a great arena this is.
Oh, it's beautiful, and our replays have been tremendous this evening, and it is a nice arena here at West Virginia State.
A lot of great historic venues in the Mountain East Conference. I love the place where Wesleyan calls home, the Rockefeller Center.
Beautiful place. It was new when I was there.
Yeah, it's got some age, but it was the Taj Mahal.
It was
back in the day, and it's still very nice.
I think it was the first one that I'd ever seen where they had the tables set up at the balcony where people could eat and watch the game.
That's what you were eyeballing, weren't you?
Well, boy, they had some good food. It was that special concession stand, not the one with the popcorn and the hot dogs.
All right, Pittman at the line here for State, 79-66. We got to get back on focused on basketball, right? We start talking food.
Yeah, Pittman, he's got to make him pay. He makes the right decisions. Got to get to there's the corners. That's where
wide open and knocking it down is Reed. Reed now with 2 threes in the game. That makes it a 10-point contest.
I'd have Reed in one corner and Malooly in the other corner.
And Malooly at the moment not in the game. And here is the drive by Watkins. And now Wesleyan with a chance to get this thing down to single digits. Pope charges fast and gets it to McGowan. Back out to Pope. Here's Young. Young shot would not go, tapped around, and Pittman will come out of there with it.
This possession should be Pittman making a play or Abram shooting a 3.
Well, there it is, and Abram is just absolutely unconscious.
Yeah, I mean, when the going gets tough, they cut it to 10, and that is 40 for Abram. But, I mean, that's the 2 things you got to do. Get Abram a shot or let Pittman make a decision. There's that corner.
Shot no good by Dalen Lee. 82-69, so a couple of possessions there that Wesleyan desperately needed. And then you let this guy catch fire again.
But what was it, Mark? It was a catch and shoot. He didn't have the ball for 4 seconds. He didn't play with it. Catch and shoot takes him up to 43, 11 for 14.
And I'm telling you what, and the Lady Jackets are watching from the stands and loving it as Abram now has 43 in this showdown. Wow. He's got 11 threes, 16 for the game. Again, the Lady Jackets had 13 earlier in that 104 point production against Wesleyan. An easy victory for Coach Marshall's team.
Boy, 11 threes. Got to be coming close to the school record. Got to be coming close to it. I'm glad. Well, this is my last game this year with State, and I was giving Abram a hard time at halftime when he walked by. How are you going to do? Can you put 2 halves together? Never have to ask him that again. 25 in the first half, and that's 18 so far in the second half, with 7:21 left in the contest.
Well, I tell you, and you just the difference of how quickly it can happen. Your Wesleyan, they're on a little bit of a run. They've got it down to 10.
Oh, yeah.
They got a possession to get it to single digits, and they just couldn't capitalize. And then you get it into the hands of Abram, and the next thing you know now it's 85-69. Still a lot of time left, though, in this one.
Yeah.
Opportunities, though, are dwindling.
Well, I mean, when the going gets tough, Pittman makes the decisions, Abram makes the basket, and that's Pittman's the best decision maker on State's team. Abram's one of the best scorers in the conference or the country, and that's how you should play. Then you sprinkle in Watkins threes and a few stick backs, and you got a good basketball team.
In-State trying to end a 4-game losing streak. They lost the opener to Glenville in a wild one, 117-114. Then they reeled off 6 in a row, and things were going pretty well. And then suddenly the bottom dropped out. But right now in the lead, and Abram attacks. Faded away there on the baseline, couldn't get it to go. Shockley and Young tied up, and possession arrow points in the direction of the Yellow Jackets.
Yeah, Abram, when he has 43, you let him do what he wants, but I'd like to see that ball in Pittman's hand, creating, and Abram spotting up and Watkins spotting up. And when you do those 3 things, West Virginia State's hard to follow.
Wesleyan able to take that ball away, and down on the other end and laying it in is Reed, who's also played a very nice game here. Reed now leads the way in scoring for the Bobcats with 19, 85-71. Staten, newcomer to the
nice
state team.
Pass.
There you go. Yeah. No unk this time. He got the dunk.
Yeah, he got the dunk. And Staten with the great pass there. Little slip dribble to the left, drew the defense, and then a zip pass for the slam by Shockley.
Look at Staten out there. It kind of reminds you of Marcellus Basie a little bit.
He does. Built a lot like him.
Down low, here is Young, and he'll draw the foul with 5:38 to go. Another look, Bob.
Yeah, look at that little side dribble and then look away. Nice zip pass. And Shockley put the D in at that time for the dunk. Yeah, I had an assistant coach I worked with at Johnson City, and he'd always say a poor man's. He's a poor man's Basie. Basie's one of the best guards in the history of West Virginia. And I do see the resemblance you're talking about with Staten, the stocky build, the nice no-look passes, quick on defense. I do see the correlation.
They were talking about a guy that grew up in Martinsburg and played at WVU, and as Young drills both free throws, and of course you coached against him.
Yes.
When Martinsburg and Beckley battled for the state championship, is that right?
81-75, 1990 state championship. Beckley with the victory. There he is. Can't leave him open.
Malooly, boy, they need him, and they need him in a big way now. Malooly. What a game. If it's not for Abram with 43, Malooly, my goodness.
Oh, you're exactly right, Mark.
He has 18, and how about Watkins? He's got range. Can't get that one to go. Malooly went up there and got the ball and got it into the hands of Young. Here comes
Malooly in one corner. There. Got him. That's where they wanted it.
Reed can't get it to go, and up high with it for State is Pittman. 11-point lead for the Yellow Jackets. Pittman driving, wanted to dump off their ball, knocked away, and last touching the Bobcats.
Nice look, finding Malooly in transition, gets those feet set. Nothing but the bottom of the net. And how many is that for Malooly now?
He's got 18, all from three-point range, and they'll need more of those if they want to catch the Jackets here with 4:43 to go in Institute.
Coach Bob Huggins here at your local Little General store. As I travel this great state, it's nice to know that almost anywhere I go, there's a local Little General nearby. So the next time you're on the road, look for the Little General sign and tell them Hugs sent you.
The Honda Passport is full of possibilities. And with plenty of cargo space and underfloor storage, you can fill it with gear too. Pack your weekend with adventure in the Honda Passport.
All right, State huddled here in the timeout. So Abram in the game, Bob. He has 43 points, 13 of 21 from the field, 11 of 14 from the three-point line. And of those 11 three-pointers, he breaks the school record for threes, which was 10.
I thought he may be getting close. He's really shooting the ball, playing well, and came over here and told us that 2 more points, he can break the scoring record. I find that hard to believe that nobody's had over 44 here at State. Maybe it's the arena record. We got to check that one out more.
All right, it's Pittman at the line for State, and Pittman's shot is up and good.
Well, Mark, you speaking of records, I thought Washington had 50 every time we played him. And Leggett had 15 assists.
Talking about James Washington.
All right, State back to that 3-2 zone. And here, Wesleyan filling up the corners. One more skip pass. There he had him over here in the corner.
Young just could not get it to drop. Tough break there for Wesleyan. Again, we need all these possessions. And stepping in front of that pass is Jalen Reed. Gets it to Malooly. Malooly to Young. Young from the free throw line. But Young knows his range.
Oh, he's solid in there. Back down to 11, and the impressive thing about Abrams, 43, he's got it on 21 field goals attempts. That is over 2 points per field goal attempt, which is phenomenal.
Up with the shot is Watkins, and Shockley there with the follow.
Yeah, Shockley's really good around the basket, strong, quick leaper, and he has a quick second jump also.
On the move, wow. How about Young?
Well, he does have that explosion. We saw it on the block dunk. Look at him. No emotion. He just says, I'm going to dunk on you and go back here and play defense.
Shot up and good by Shockley.
Oh, I wish we get a dead ball to see that dunk again. My goodness. Young went for broke on that one.
Well, Abram has 43. The school record in regular season is 44. Mike Taylor.
Regular season, okay.
Against AB back on March 6th. Here's Malooly.
He's got a stroke
Drills
on him. Anyway, we got to give Malooly more playing time. That's 21 points in 22 minutes for Malooly. Here's that dunk. Look at this. Oh, got Pittman in there. Don't you come over and help, young fella. He put the dunk right on him.
All right, 93-83. We break away here. 10-point game with 2:41 to go in Institute.
You have dreams.
A better life, a better job, a better you.
So where do you start to build the skills necessary to get there?
At West Virginia State, you are not just a number, you are who you choose to be.
You receive personal attention from award-winning faculty.
You study in nationally recognized programs.
You learn the skills that will get you the job you know you can have.
No matter where you want to go
or what you want to do,
it starts at State.
My husband should have died that night. The car was on a fence, upside down. Trees were coming through the windshield.
The people who opened the door for me, one of the first questions they asked me is, how are you alive?
For my kids, Timmy's invincible. And it was just like that he could have been gone. He was like, this is all we're gonna own. We're getting another Honda. It saved my life. And my kids are not going in anything else.
Welcome back here to Institute. 10-point game. Yellow Jackets with the basketball.
Who would you be going to here, Mark Martin? Every time they've cut it to 10. There he goes. Got it at the top of the key.
I was going to say they do have a guy that's got 43 right now.
Yeah, and they've went to him every time. It's been a 10-point game. They got a little bail out there, but when you have to guard somebody 30 feet from the basket, it's very difficult to stop them when they want to go 1-on-1. And with these two free throws, he could break that school record of 44 points.
And there is Abram, the quiet way, I guess.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he got it tied.
So 44 for Abram, and here's a shot from outside and rattled. Boy, had a good look there for Lee. But just couldn't get it to go. That would have been huge.
And Pittman pulls down his 16th rebound of the evening.
Here's Abram for the record.
Well, Wesleyan has a chance here to get that lead down to single digits.
Tough rebound there for Young. He comes up hobbling.
Oh.
Well, he didn't get it the last time down the floor, but he does there as Lee drills it to make it an 8-point game here.
Oh, they're going to start the foul game early and going to foul Staten. Nice 1-2, good follow through. Staten going to the line. 1:42 left, 8-point game. Staten calmly sinks the first one.
And for Staten, that's his first point.
He's had some great assists, been able to move the ball. Had a really good second half, I thought.
All right, makes it back to a 10-point double-figure lead here. Pope across the timeline, nice bounce pass, and then Young makes the move off the glass and in. What a game by Ross Young. 26 for Young. Came in averaging 14. It's 96-88. Here's Watkins. Fires to Staten. Staten on the move and to Pittman.
I thought they would foul Staten again. 58% on the year. They wouldn't foul now. Shot clock down to 10.
There's Pittman.
Shot clock down to 5.
Abram's going to have to go. Abram will let it fly.
There
Abram
it is.
gets it.
47 and a new school record.
And on the other end, the Bobcats lose the basketball. Wow. Mike Taylor, 44. Teddy Scott, 43. Josh Cookie Miller, 42. Teddy Scott, 42. But there's Mr. 47.
On only 23 field goals. And I'll tell you what, Coach Poore has a lot of guts here, subbing full substitution with 11-point lead with 57 seconds left. I would look for Wesleyan to go into the foul game immediately. Make some of these guys that haven't played all day go to the free throw line.
Neil Higgins, Ricky Williams, Grant Bonner, Rafe Hetherington. Sir Harris all in.
Well, let's see how quick. D&E's got to foul. 11 points. That's a few possessions. New players in the game.
Well, they'll start firing here, getting some game time. Bobcats down 11.
Well, Dalen Lee at the line can cut it to 9, and you would expect some pressure, look for a steal, maybe one trap, and if you don't get a steal, go ahead and foul.
Couldn't get it, but a nice rebound there by Pope, and then fighting underneath, and a good job there by Reed to score.
I think Coach Poore got the timeout on the other end of the court. Good call by Coach Poore. He's looking up here. Got guys in the game that hadn't shot the ball all evening in a single-digit game with 38 seconds. Well, if that's not showing some respect to your bench that hasn't been in all night, I don't know what is.
Well, you know, these kids, they work hard. They get the regulars ready each and every day, so.
Oh, they do. And they deserve to play. I just don't know if I would in a single-digit game. You know, right now, you know, obviously a lot of times you put 2 in and leave 3 of the guys that's in the flow of the game in there. And Coach Poore said, I'm going with all 5 of you guys. Get us home. Let's see what happens.
99-90 the score. So Higgins gets it in, and a foul. They'll foul Williams. Young commits the foul. What a game for Young. I'll tell you, Young with 26, Malooly with 21, Lee with 20, Reed with 21. Well, those are some good nights by some young men, and battling a very good state team here. You haven't won. Malooly's back in and just giving it everything you have. You got to be proud if you're a Bobcat here tonight on the road. Into the evening hours now, a game that tipped at 4:30. So the century mark has been hit by the Yellow Jackets. Ramage on the move, and his shot won't go, but Young there to splash it through with the dunk. Young now with 28.
9-point game. Wesleyan going for a steal here on the inbound. Oh, they got a deflection. Thought they had it. They got it. Nope, got a foul on the reach.
Gonna foul Harris there.
That would have been really interesting if they'd have got that steal there and cut it to 6.
Maybe the foul. Yeah, the foul's going to be on Young. That's his 5th, so he's gone. McGrew will come back in for Wesleyan.
Yeah, Ross Young's played a really good game. 28 points, only missed 3 shots. Solid game.
Yeah, and you're a former coach, and you're still a coach, and you know if you're Patella, you're looking for any bright spots you can find in a season. It's going to be tough. You're going to go back, and you still haven't won your first game, but I think there's a lot you can take from this one.
Oh, I do too, and you know they shot the three well, played well inside.
McGrew lets it fly. McGrew, he's a great shooter and had a good look there, but just couldn't get it to drop.
I think Coach Ford can take a deep breath now. And then that's good for team morale. The guys came off the bench with the game, in single digits with the last minute, and they're able to pull their team through to victory. And that's got to help you tournament time just with the team's morale.
Wesleyan coming away with it and taking it up, and boy, just could not get it to go with Ramage. And now back with it comes Bonner. Bonner, a young man from Herbert Hoover High School, and gets it down into the hands of Hetherington, who will score it, and that will do it. 104-92, State victorious. They stopped that four-game losing streak to improve to 7-5. Wesleyan falls to 0-13. A good battle here between the Yellow Jackets and the Bobcats. State victorious at home. We'll come back and talk about it in a moment on Video Productions.
The Honda Pilot is great for family adventures. As well as the not-so-friendly ones. We made it tougher than it needed to be. Because you never know what you'll come up against. The Honda Pilot with available all-wheel drive. The ultimate modern family SUV.
With all that's going on, Mullen Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling wants to remind our neighbors we're here for you. We're taking extra precautions to protect you and our employees. Right now, we're offering 6-month no-interest financing to help you stay comfortable throughout this crisis. Our superior indoor air filtration options will keep viruses, bacteria, and allergens down, increasing indoor air quality, comfort, and safety. Call us today and see how we can help you. Mullen, we're comfortable when you are.
Did you know when you send or receive a text message, you take your eyes off the road for 5 seconds? At 55 miles per hour, that's like driving more than the length of a football field blindfolded. As a result, thousands of people die every year in crashes related to distracted driving. That's why we're cracking down on people who text or use their smartphones while driving. We would rather you cross the goal line alive. Law enforcement officers write tickets to save lives. Don't text and drive.
FCA has incredible impact on coaches, the teams, the players, and the community as well.
It's changed our lives. It's changed mine as a husband, as a father, and as a coach.
It does make an impact on our lives.
FCA has become a full circle in our lives.
People from all different kinds of backgrounds.
If all we're going to be is a coach that happens to be a Christian, I think it's more important to be a Christian that happens to be a coach.
Well, it's a 104-92 win for State over Wesleyan. Thoughts on this one, Bob Boland?
Too much Glenn Abram. 47 points on only 23 shot attempts. He was tremendous. He was on fire. He stayed focused. Coming off an 0 for 8 3-point performance against Concord, he was able to make up for that and some.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, we talk about Abram and what he's capable of doing in the shades of a guy named Archie Talley.
Well, he was shooting from Archie Talley range all evening. During COVID, where you don't have the fans walking behind you and yelling at you, it's kind of fun to interact with the players. They can't yell at fans, yelling back at them or anything. And challenged Abram a little bit today and won't do it again.
Abram had 47. Pittman had 14 for Wesleyan. A good scoring by Ross Young, 28. Jarrett Malooly had 21. Jalen Reed had 21, and Dalen Lee had 20. So, again, Wesleyan's got a lot to be proud of here in this game, and certainly Brian Poore does as his team back on track now.
Well, speaking of Wesleyan at first, they lose by 12, but they win They had a 31-1 run go against them, or 31-2 run go against them in the first half. So for 30 of the 40 minutes, West Virginia Wesleyan played good basketball. But Brian Poor's team, too much clutch shooting. When you shoot over 50% as a team from three-point land, you're going to win most of your games.
State's got a makeup game. They'll play Wheeling Jesuit here on Monday night, and then, of course, they've got UC next Saturday here. So they've got some big games. Look at the team stats here in this game, Bob, and there you go. From the field, State and Wesleyan about dead even, but that the three-point range had a lot to do with the difference in this game.
Oh, the total difference. And the free throw line. West Virginia State was able to get 8 more at the free throw line, and they were able to make 6 more threes, and that's your difference in the contest. But, West Virginia State started the game playing very sluggish basketball. The ball wasn't moving. It was sticking, coming off a 4-game losing streak. And Coach Poor went to that 3-2 zone, was able to get some stops, and then all of a sudden Abram heated up. Pittman started doing his thing, and the next thing you knew, West Virginia State was on a 30-1 run.
All right, great work by our video productions crew, Butch Mounts, Robbie Mounts, Joe Mounts, Garrett Lester, and Bob Bolin. Great being with you here this afternoon.
You too, Mark. It was fun, as always.
All right, well, thank you so much for joining us here inside the Walker Convocation Center on the West Virginia State University campus. For Bob Bolin, our great crew, Mark Martin saying so long from Institute, where State wins it over West Virginia Wesleyan by a final 104-92. All video production telecasts are streaming live on Facebook and archived on the Video Productions website. This has been a presentation of Video Production Sports.